The following video was pre-recorded on twitch.tv/codedman9000. More information on the stream times at the end of the video. Previously on Stone to Space.
For the start of Chapter 3, we went to Kerbal Space Program to learn how to make rockets so that we could explore the stars for a new home. We began playing on career mode while not knowing anything about what we were doing. After doing some research off-stream, we then moved to the science mode with newfound knowledge. We went to both moons, created communication networks, planes, science missions, a space station, and then ended the game by traveling all the way to Duna in the Antari ship.
After arriving at Duna, our ship the Antares fell apart, causing us to land on Duna and mine its resources so that we could fix the Antari ship. We unlocked various buildings, and also different types of science. After fixing everything but scanners on the ship, we then left the planet behind us as we continued to travel in space. Partially during our space flight, we landed on an asteroid. Over the course of a few hundred cycles, we had mined out the asteroid, converting its resources into various things that we needed in order to keep 24 dupes alive. We made a lot of automated machines to take, cool, or convert items into other items. We then turned on a machine that would allow us to take a dive into the dreams of one of our dupes. Hello and welcome to a Twitch Plays Along series called Stone to Space. Today we're in Chapter 3, Space Travel. Today we are playing Oxygen Not Included. On Friday's stream, we started making this debris chiller. We also started doing some other shenanigans with pipes and stuff, moving stuff around, getting that all ready. And then we were also using a dupe in the bold Uranus to discover more of the space map. So we orbited Charibo. We also discovered and then orbited Watelin. I still don't know how to correctly pronounce this, because I want to say Waterlin while pronouncing a letter that's not there. I'm guessing Watelin would be the closest. Today, I do have the plan of landing on both, getting the one resource that we need from both of them. I think the water planet will eventually get us into Super Coolant. The lava planet gets into late game... forget what it's called. No, it's thermium. So it's probably late game temperature regulation stuff. And then that's pretty much all we have for this. So I am trying to plan out things to do for the next week before school is finished. So if I can, I would like to get both of these things from the two asteroids before next week on Sunday. So within the next 3 streams, including today, I want to be able to get everything done, and then we're going to do another side story, which is something that is actually planned out, so it's not going to take as long as Vintage Story, since I actually know how we're going to end it and what I need to do to get to the end. Anyway, that's what we have planned for today and for later on. We're going to play the game now. I don't remember what they're doing over here. Oh, that's right, they're making an input for petroleum to go into this for the super coolant later on. And then we're gonna have to find a way to get the super coolant out of here while in a steam room, so I'm probably gonna have to put a bottle emptier, or bottle filler? Is that what it's called? It is a bottle filler. Can I make that out of steel? I can. You know, I'm gonna place it in now. Ooh, it's a 3. Okay, I can probably move things around to make this work. If I put one of these, not the pipe, I want the auto super. If I put one of these over here, get rid of this, we put that right there. And then we are going to rebuild this whole automation thing over on the right side. So I need that to be rotated. And then we'll grab this and bring that over here. Next thing is going to be doing the same thing with the water pipe. We're going to drop it right on top of the filter. Or on top of the storage thing. And then I have to find out how I'm going to bridge this over. I'm going to let the autosave go first. I think I'll bring it down, bridge over, and then come back up. May not make a lot of sense, but that is the easiest way to do that. Okay, we're gonna copy this to here. And then I also need power to both things. So we'll go like that. I think this needs power in order for it to do the automation stuff, so we're gonna wait. I can deconstruct this though, and since I have all the pipes in, I can deconstruct this portion as well. I actually didn't want to deconstruct that bin. I do want to deconstruct all of that and flip it around. So now we're going to be going this way. That's going to go all the way down here because I didn't put in the metal tile before they started using it. Okay, I need this to be filled in now, so that they stop filling it in. We could turn this into a regular tile. We still have a bunch of salt that we were moving around, so let's get that moved as well. And I'm going to tell them to sweep up everything in this area. Copy settings to here. Deconstruct all of this. And then I want to grab whatever leftover glass is right there. I want to grab this relocate and turn that up on a higher priority. Once they move everything, we will sweep up this entire area, which it looks like they did finish it already. That was very quick. Okay, that is steel. Did it take the thing out of here? It did. It put it in the storage bin already. Nice. So we can sweep up all of that. We can add the bottle filler in. And then call that a day. Oh, there is a little bit of cobalt here for some reason. What is this full of? Is this cobalt? No, it's ceramic. Alright, so that's all done. They're probably still building this, which they were. When I loaded the game, this whole layer was ghost tiles, so it wasn't yet built in. How is our dupe in space? Our dupe, I think, has discovered everything, so let's look inside. They do have a bit of food, so we could take them to the other planet and get them to land the rocket and try to make a platform. So I want to see how much oxygen. They have no oxygen in there, so we're gonna have to send them back home. And then we're gonna come back to the water planet first, because the Super Coolant's gonna take a while. It has to first get through the molecular forge, which has to turn graphite into fullerene. Then the fullerene goes into the emulsifier and gets turned into super coolant, which we then bottle. So that's going to be 2 duplicate things to get done before it even gets to the bottle filler. The other thing that we're going to have is thermium with the niobium that we're going to be picking up. And thermium is a metal that's pretty much like aluminum but better, and you do not have an output for some reason. Oh no, you needed to be emptied. Got it. I'm not going to connect in the bottle filler yet because we don't need to right away. That is not where I meant to put that first tile. It looks like they finished sweeping up this entire area right here. I'm still debating on if we should use auto sweepers and the auto emptiers. Is that what they're called? I forget. What's this called? Automatic dispenser. I'm still debating on if we should use that to move everything over to here so they can just come down here, pick it up, and then go straight back up. It might be easier. We also need a bunch of cobalt to go in here because this area is not cold enough. So let's relocate this 7 kilograms into here. Why does it say that it's not hot enough? But the cobalt right here is. Weird. We're gonna ignore that. How difficult would it be to put in the sweepers just to do the thing that I'm thinking of? Some stuff won't actually be too difficult to sweep up. It's just the bottom portion has a large area to cover. So I don't think we actually want to. What I am going to do is put this in over here so that we can do the right side of the colony. And I don't know how I want to do this. I definitely want to go up, not like this. And I think I want to go across here. Now I am going to have to deconstruct every ladder that's in the middle of those. So we'll get all that. We're also going to need to bring power over there. There is power here. I can just go straight down and then over one. And we reconnect these. I want to cancel this. There we go. Once they build all of that, that will be usable to get over here. They did another thing of aluminum. They're doing this very quickly. I am surprised. I know we're getting aluminum automatically sent over here, but at the same time I wasn't expecting it to be that quick. Where is the other thing? Oh, it's right here. So it looks like we picked up all the aluminum that is in Persephone. We did not. There is a piece of aluminum that's solidified into a full tile because there's so much here. 176 kilograms. We're gonna chop that in half by having to dig this up. So we actually lost aluminum in that. But they're almost done picking up the aluminum that's over here anyway. We do want to make a debris chiller in here, but I also want to get super coolant for that. So that's going to be a while before we do any of that. It looks like they're using the bottles that are on the floor for filling this up before using this, which is perfect. And what do we have here? Shovel eggs. We'll go to Wadado and unlock that over here. Let's grab this. Wait, oh, did I not click relocate? I could have sworn I did. Where did I relocate it to? Huh? It says that it's queued up to be relocated. Let's just cancel that and click relocate again, because I couldn't see where I clicked. That's the first one. That's the second one. And the first one. And then we'll get all that put on a 7. This has been moved around, so that heat should be being injected into the water through this metal tile. This I kind of want turned up so that we can hopefully keep a little bit more heat down here, because the polluted water needs to be around 122 in order for it to evaporate. I know it says 119, but we actually need like 3 degrees more. So keeping us up at 135 will keep more heat in here at the bottom. They are unfortunately taking cobalt from there to build the other stuff. Alright, I think I'm gonna sweep up all that, sweep up all this. Just to try and get some of this water out of here. And I'm thinking about moving this entire liquid lock up a tile, just so that I can put regular tiles here. And, get the water. There we go. We can stop all that then. Stop that as well. I think I am going to do that. It will take a little tiny bit of time because of the polluted water here. We also finished another research. So this was the final automation research. We now go into the larger ones, which I think is the diamond drill. Yes. So what we're going to do for the rest of the research tree is we're going to go down from the way from top bottom. We're not going to do this whole line, which has the same amount of databank research. So it's 250 for everything on this column. This one has 400. So we're going to go from this to the larger one, back down, and then that should line us up with having data science being the last thing. Data science, I think, as far as I know, is a science for future progress, like something they're working on currently to put into the game. As far as I know, it doesn't do anything. There's nothing to unlock. There's like no buildings. Usually they would have an icon here for a building. This will give us a statue, so we could build a monument. But anyway, let's click on that. And do I want to go up one tile or two? If I go up one tile, I have to put a tile on top of this. So I think we want to go up 2 tiles. So let's do that. I'm going to deconstruct this. Hopefully it doesn't make a mess. And we're going to have to go like this. Connect that in, cut off here so that this will all loop around. Hopefully. There is polluted water right here. We want to sweep that up on a high priority. The other stuff, we're not too worried about. I'll get this in, deconstruct all this. The polluted water we want out of there because it will off-gas. We're not going to need this anymore. And one of these, whichever one controls the height, is actually going to go right here. So I should probably move that over now. Let's look at this. If it's below 750, we want to have this turned on. So we're trying to fill this tile up to 750 kilograms, but we're also taking stuff out. So in a little bit, since this is around 600, all these oil wells should turn off. So what we're going to do is we're going to move this to right here. This one's going to stay where it is because it controls the pump. Actually, do we want the pump one up there as well? Anytime it's above 500, start pumping out. I don't think we need to move that because this is just to keep the oil in here. No, we do need to move it. which means we don't want to put a tile right here. I'm trying to think of how I want to do this. Because we still want the liquid lock to the left. Do I move the liquid lock out one tile just so we can put... No, we're only going up one tile. Hold on a second. If I go up one tile, then this tile on the far edge would be right here. So if I went up 2 tiles, we'd be putting a tile right there to keep a liquid lock. That would actually be too tall. We do only want to go up 1 tile, which means that I built this in the wrong spot. So let's figure out the liquid lock first, and then we'll go and do the rest. So I'm gonna want them to sweep this up, or mop it up, whichever. It's not gonna matter that we have a tile right here. And that was made out of ceramic. So if I put this right there, that should stop any oil from getting to where we don't want it. This can be deconstructed along with this. I'm gonna put this here. So I'm deconstruct that ladder, which is actually gonna stop them from being able to go up there. So let's put a ladder right here, so they can still get up there. They might be able to get to here and jump up and then go up, which they just did. So maybe I was wrong. Tell them to sweep all that up. And that is a bunch of steam that they just let in here. Why did steam get placed in here? Because this is 18 degrees water. This shouldn't have gotten that bad. Why are we also having an issue with power? Oh, the rocket came back. We're filling up the rocket. And it just got filled up, so now it all should be going into the power. Alright. So the oil should be going back to running properly. It did have a little bit of a portion that did not get full amount of oil, but it should all be fine. I'm just waiting to see if the petroleum here ends up stopping for a minute. It looks like we had enough coming in here that this is actually continuously working. So we might not even see this stutter on getting petroleum out of there. If anything, this was actually building up too much petroleum. Which is what this is stopping. So if this gets above 500 kilograms, it stops this from putting out more oil. Back to this. So the whole thing we're trying to do here is move this oil up a layer so that I can sweep up the water that's in it. Copy settings to you. Deconstruct this. Ooh, this is going to stop the oil from being pumped out. I think we're okay with that for a moment. Not for a long time, but for a little bit of time it's going to take to do this, I think we're okay. And let's move all of this stuff down another tile. Build that in. Connect this over to here. What is this? That was weird. Didn't want to put a tile there, or a pipe there. Deconstruct this again. So now this should be getting filled up. It is. And I'm hoping that when this goes up an extra tile, it doesn't slowly fill into these right away. I wanted to fill up in here so that the oil can start being pumped out first. But we got a little while before that actually starts happening. If it does go up here, it's not going to overflow. So we're fine either way. Let's deconstruct all those. Welcome in, Gino. Congratulations on getting first. I don't think we need those two tiles. I'm not sure why they're there. They're probably there to stop something, but we don't need them anymore. Or that was the previous inside wall. Alright, we finally got up to the top layer. So that should be pushing the water out of the way. It did. And then that shouldn't make this pop up yet. We're gonna wait until this pump can turn on before we break this block here and let the oil fill in these. And then we'll wait again until the pump works after this to open this up. This shouldn't need too much. It only needs 500. I don't think we are running out of petroleum yet. We kind of are, but that's because of the heat. How much longer? We're almost at 400, so we're getting close. We can put the thing back in for making fertilizer. Fertilizer, synthesizer. Put it right there. Now the only issue we have is that if I want to get the water out of here, we can't sweep or mop any of the stuff that's in here. So we might want to leave a space in here that we can sweep up from. Our pump is now back on. Why are they doing weird things? You should be at a higher number. This should always be running until it gets too high. Not the other way around. Alright, I'm gonna let that work itself out before it evens itself out. While we put that in. We do, or we should have the rocket completely ready. If I look inside. Yeah, everything is ready here. We have some of these, and if we look at the rocket, this is all set up. We actually want to get up here though, because we're gonna have to refill this in the future. So if I go like that, and then actually we don't need that bottom one. We can just have the ladders right here. They can do that whenever. They don't have to do that right now. Our steam did get over a little bit more, but we still have a lot of temperature shift plates that are below 90 degrees. So it's like this middle portion here is all too cold, but way over here on the edge, perfectly fine. This will get heated up very quickly when the steam actually gets over there. It only has to go up about 2 or 3 degrees. Alright, let's do regular pod. We'll grab some omelets. They got this back up and running. And this only makes one thing, and they need to just add dirt and phosphorus to it. We now have these pipes empty, mostly, so I can go like that. Could actually just chop that off and tell them to pipe it. Or, not pipe it, plumb it. We are getting a bit of power issues because we're still getting this set up and running. Is this ready to be opened again? I think we are ready to open this one more time. So if I tell them to deconstruct this, we can move this up one tile, which will push more oil up here, so it might not even stop itself after we add the tiles. Just like that. It only went down about 250 kilograms. We actually don't need this to be sweet. I'll put another tile right there because I know this is filled up all the way. So we can deconstruct that and add the tiles in here. Actually, we can tell them to add the tiles now. They just have to deconstruct that before they do anything. And then we can also put another one of these in made out of ceramic right there. Oh, that pushed oil outside. That's not what it was meant to do. That oil just went right here. It's okay if it mixes in with that. Did not want it to mix in over here, but it did. Did they map it up yet? They have not. And this got so high that it stopped this. If I just add those in, it still will go down, but at least we have a full tile here. So that's probably actually going to make this overfill again. Actually, can I tell that not to be swept now? Okay, it shouldn't be overfilling this. It might a little bit. But there's only 100 kilograms here, so it's probably gonna lower before it overfills the other stuff. Tops up over here. Let's come down here, sweep up all this. Why is there oil over here? That looks like a pipe burst. It didn't, so I don't know what happened there. We'll get this all cleaned up. That just went down now. Now we should be able to mop right there and get that water out. we're gonna have to sweep this as well, or mop it, I mean. So let's actually cancel this one that has all the petroleum. We're gonna mop down here first. Tell that to turn on, stop that. I got all the water from that area. A little bit right here, but I'm fine. They got this taken care of, so let's do this next. That's gonna let all of this petroleum fall out. Oh, we probably did have a pipe burst because of all the petroleum sitting here. So the heat probably traveled all the way over to here where it shouldn't have. Or I blew the pipe that's right here. Because we are pretty hot. If I can just get one person to come over here and mop this up, it'd be good. Kinda need this done now, before another pipe bursts. There we go. Alright, you can stop doing that. This is now going to let a rush of petroleum come down here, which should mean that this pipe, or pump, goes continuously in a few seconds. There we go. And that, for sure, is going to saturate the petroleum pipe. Meaning we go back to having as much power as we need, rather than spending all of our coal, or our extra coal. Alright, I think we are ready, since they did the ladders, to send this rocket out to its new destination. So we're going to orbit here. We're gonna land on it. Hopefully I remember to take off their suits so that they have some oxygen. So I'm gonna actually sit here and wait for them to go. I am also surprised somebody else didn't already claim first, you know? I only just now saw that message, because I was more focused on Ani. But we are gonna go into Bold Uranus. And we're gonna unequip your suit so it still has all the oxygen in it. And then we don't have to watch them. Now, I think the steam is going further now because it did just get a bunch of heat. I'm not sure. It doesn't seem like it got a lot of heat that time. Anyway, they should now be cleaning up all the different bottles. This is overheating only because petroleum got a little too hot while it was sitting in one spot. This will be fine after a while. Now this is saying it both doesn't have power and is flooded. So we're gonna have to come down here and mop all this up. Let's mop all of that. It's gonna be a little bit of oil, but a lot of refined phosphorite, which we're gonna have to move to a different spot. That was a little gross. Oh, didn't mean to do that. I hit that with the bottle. Alright, so since refined phosphorite cools very quickly, I think I'll add it to this. Just because it'll drop in here and solidify into a debris. It won't be a mixed liquid after it gets cooled by the water. Why is there so much oil in here? Okay, that was a little weird. They must be adding so many bottles in there that it didn't set off the sensor. Not sure how that worked. Anyway, we're almost done debris chiller here. Then we're going to focus on making a debris chiller on the other asteroid while keeping an eye on our rocket here. So we just got it out of orbit. We have 2 cycles before we get here. So that's 270, or 2070, I mean. We only have 3 more layers, including the one I just placed in, before we have this finished. Of course, we have to put the lid on the top of it, which is insulated tiles, but aside from that, it's all done. And we shouldn't end up super cooling this insulated salt water, because it would have to inject the chill into the insulated tile that I'm putting on top of it. If it does, we might have to lower this by like 2, just to keep it an even set. Hopefully we don't have to do that. We actually had so much petroleum in here that we had a second tile for a few seconds. I am surprised. So how much is right here? It's almost done emptying out how much it has. We were putting a lot of stuff into it, but it should be getting close to being done. Alright. I think we'll start sweeping stuff from the top down again. I don't really want to put in all the auto sweepers, or should I? I'm still going back and forth on whether I should or shouldn't. Let's do it. So, auto sweepers, we can make this out of cobalt. We don't need it super strong. For right here, I might actually just tell them to sweep this up, because there's not that much there. There is a lot of stuff, but there's not like too much stuff like right here there is. So I'm gonna put an auto sweeper where the edge on the right meets the edge of this, which is actually not right there. We gotta go over one more. So right there. Then we put a temporary tile on the edge of that, which will have the dispenser on it facing away from the auto sweeper, which will then dispense all of this stuff on a tile that this auto sweeper can't reach. We then do the same thing with the next auto sweeper with another tile with another dispenser. And then just to make it as quick as it can be, we power it all. And once it has power, it'll automatically sweep everything. Now, I do want to put this on a 0 so that the duplicates don't do it. What the auto sweepers do. If the auto sweepers go off of a 0, like they follow the same response as the dupes do, then we'll have to put that on a 1 and hope that it works. Now this is actually overheating out here, so we're gonna have to change the materials to being steel. I'm surprised that that need to be heated up or set up better. This automatic dispenser is getting up to 50. Oh, cobalt is only 50 degrees. But why isn't this overheated yet? I don't know. We're gonna ignore that. I am waiting to see if this is gonna work on priority 0. They are getting all of the lead and stuff that's right here at the neurovacillator. Okay, we have an auto sweeper. We don't have the power connected in yet. And we don't have the last auto sweeper in. But it should only be 400 kilograms of cobalt here. Oh no, there's actually 5. Which is still an item, or an amount that they can bring over at once. There we go. Now, it is actually not working on a 0, so let's put on a 1. It does need to be on a 1. I am surprised. So auto sweepers follow the same response as duplicates. Now the duplicates can come over here and auto sweep the stuff for us, putting it into the dispenser, but they don't have to. So I put it on a 1 so that they do anything else other than that, which would be their own sweep command. And now that is going to place it all onto the roof of our base, which is fine for right now. And now we get to do the same thing to everything else. So I'm thinking where it's only 1 or 2 tiles, like these 3 tiles here by themselves, we're not going to do an auto sweeper, because that just seems overkill. But for this entire thing we will. For this entire thing we will. So let's start mapping it out. Now, we don't need to do steel on all of these, but I guess we'll do it just in case they get to an overheat temperature. And this portion I actually don't need to do too high. We could do it at the ladder run. I'll keep it up 1. So that reaches to the second to last tile. That goes here. We'll have to deconstruct this and grab the power up here. It goes right there. Is that how far it reaches? No, it reaches 1 more. Goes right there. Now there is a noise, which usually means that an asteroid came down, or we achieved a research thing. Not smart bin. We want auto dispenser right there. Oh, that's right. We need another dispenser over here. So I'm going to need to put in a temporary tile. I will just put it right here, so we don't have to think about it too hard. And then we're 1 hour into our 4 hours. So let's do our first prediction. In the top left corner, the blue button, is that going to be tops, bottoms, buildings, decorations, or wallpaper? You guys have 10 minutes to put in as much points as you can, starting right now. Alright, with all of these, we're going to start doing this portion. Which goes to here, and then here. If I actually move this up 1, I could put the dispenser right below it. That way, making this a tiny bit cleaner. And it's every 3rd tile away from the auto sweeper going to the left. So this can't put it back into that. That's the whole idea. And then we grab power. That's I'll actually go like this. I think in the future we will keep the auto sweepers on the same layer as the dispensers if we can. That way we don't have to do a weird thing with the power lines. I'll just set them up to be correct. This is already completed. So there wasn't that much stuff on the right side here. So let's deconstruct all of this, including the power. And we'll come back and sweep up the power line stuff that we dropped later on. Alright, debris chiller update. Second to last pieces of aluminum. Watelin does say that there is a rocket in orbit, so we are going to deploy rover. What I should do first is do a hard save just to make sure that I don't mess this up ahead of time. If we can't do it, we can send the rocket home right now. Because although I do believe the person that told me that if we put the duplicate, the only duplicate, onto this planet, we can then remotely pilot the rocket down. I want to make sure that if that is not true anymore, that it does still work. So I'm going to put rover's module over here. I'm going to select dupe as the pilot. And I guess start that being deconstructed. And deploy dupe right next to rover. Oh, dupe is... Oh, I didn't put the suit on dupe. That's why you do an autosave. Let's reload the save before we start doing that. Make sure he gets his suit on before I put him down. That was a dumb move on my part. There was no way to save him. He wasn't going to be able to build the rocket platform. One, because of the amount of heat from the exhaust of the two things falling down, and also the fact that he was in a vacuum. Let's go back to star map. We're going to select dupe there. We're going to deploy rover. And go into bold Uranus. Tell dupe to put on suit. Back to star map. Tell dupe to land right next to rover. Okay, that gives us the rocket platform. And then I also need to dig out a bunch of tiles so that we can get something to build with. Ladder-wise. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 22, 24. I think we needed 24 ladders, I'm not sure. But while we're here, do I want to land the rocket before or after we put the ladder in? No, let's do it before, so it's there for the autosave. If I set destination right here... Oh, it does land remotely! Look at that, that's pretty cool. I've never noticed that previously when I did this. Either that or I just forgot. That's cool. We did go up 2 tiles too high, so we can cancel those and just put 1 tile right there. And once they get the ladders in, they're safe. I can't see Dupe's oxygen amount yet, so I don't know how close they are to suffocating in their suit. But they can go inside now and get some air and some food if I unground it. They don't have much food, so I should probably take them home. Because I don't know how long that 9 cycles worth of food's gonna last. How far are they from home? Well, one, they got a lot of things to unlock. If I go like this and send them back, they are 6 cycles away, so we could, in theory, get everything that we need from down here. We do have Rover that's able to do most of the digging in this area. So Rover alone might be able to do it all. And you're probably going to do all the research that you have. Can I find out who they're talking to? There's nobody here. There's no phone in the other rocket. That means I gotta be talking to someone over here, right? Oh, they are! Look at that! It actually does work! They're talking to Jugal. That's cool. Does that mean Jugal now doesn't have anyone to talk to? Jugal's still on the phone. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe there's a delay. Alright, up here it looks like it all finished, so we can deconstruct all of this stuff. That's on all, because I did not have this set up right after we reloaded. So let's deconstruct all that. They're still building the stuff over here, they're still doing the auto... or the debris chiller. Let's see what's in the pod. Get some fungal spores. We don't really need it, but we'll have it anyway. And I think Dupe can help Rover, but they're doing the science stuff first. Because I guess that's a piloting thing. So we have 2 more debris fields. It's an oily asteroid field with a small obelisk. And this has a bioluminescent rock. It should be getting to the point where we don't have enough power to run that. It is going down. Unfortunately, Rover's going to drop all that debris far down the ladder run. We do have an oxygen pocket, so I could make a small area for them to breathe in, and I think I will do that. Actually, can I even do that? And is the water going up? The water is going up. That's different. One of the main things we have here is I don't know where the graphite we're looking for is going to end up being. It could be all the way at the bottom. It could be one of these little island things that I can see. I have no idea, so we're gonna have to add things for them to do to get over there. And I kind of need our Dupe to come out here and do that to make this a little bit quicker, because Rover's only able to carry 200 kilograms. They're only able to carry enough for 2 ladders. And I don't think they can skip a ladder to go down further. Yeah, they can't skip a ladder or else this would have lit up earlier. We might also run out of sandstone, so I'm probably gonna have to dig more. How many more maps tiles are you trying to do? I actually can't tell which one you're currently trying to do. You should be able to do these two. I think they just finished this one, perhaps. Because if we look at it as a hexagon, they can only go 3 tiles away from the planet in every direction. Which would include these 2 tiles. Do you have enough to do that? We are getting solar power. I don't know if we have the power to work it. It's also their sleep time. Okay, you're on a tile. You're almost on that tile, though. So you're going to be on the last tile, and then you'll be done. That was them breathing. Okay, so you should be coming out soon. If I look in here, you still have the same amount of food as you did before, or the last time I looked. So I don't know how much food or how many cycles they have. There is a cool slush geyser over here. That's pretty cool. And there's another thing over here that I can't... Oh, that says saltwater geyser. Which does not have graphite. Okay, let's cancel all that then. And just go straight down. That's granite. If I take a look at... Why are they doing that? I guess we don't have enough power for it. We do get graphite from here, right? Yeah. Water asteroids possess a variety of liquid resources under a natural source of graphite, but duplicants should come prepared for a swim. Aquatic biome, of course, because it's all underwater. And then we have the space biome and barren biome. I don't think that has graphite. It has granite. So I don't know where this graphite is going to end up being, but we're getting down to the bottom. So maybe we'll end up getting there soon. Now, the only metal is way out here. Probably gonna have to build over to there just so we can build a door, so let's put those ladders in. We'll get both of these going. We have some oxalite that we can make a sort of a liquid lock down here. There is oxygen right there. I don't know how we're gonna do this liquid lock type thing. We really need to make an airlock in a way so that we can keep the water out. What is this? That's granite, but it's like partially broken granite. Now I'm waiting to see just a pocket of graphite down here. How's the food in here doing? Should be done at 8,000. Yep, 8,000. We're still doing all right. Let's look at Wadata and make sure that they're doing okay over here. Everything up here is done. This does seem to be getting done very quickly. Let's get rid of all of this stuff. They're even coming over here to grab the stuff from the top as well. It's like there's not much leftover stuff to sweep up after cleaning this all up. Once they finish sweeping all this up, we'll sweep up the stuff up here that I don't have sweepers doing. So let's get the debris chiller finished off. and then we'll do more focused sweeping stuff. Back on Watelin. Dupe is doing perfect, trying to get everything up here done. We are at a point where we can get more sandstone, so I think I'll queue up sandstone in a little bit. I actually don't want to do it right now. We do have quite a bit up here for a bunch of tiles. This is something that we need to get done, though. If we try to get in here from the lowest point, it would push the oxygen up while also filling in the water would do that. But if we go from the top, all the oxygen will escape going up as the water comes down. If we go from the bottom, the water will come in, but the oxygen won't come out if we do it right. So the water will come in and push the oxygen into its own tiles. But if we put a ladder right here in the center, we'll be able to get in here and still breathe. So I'm going to set up that idea now. We would have to put 2 ladders there. We also have oxalite, so if I put a tile right here and then tell them to put the oxalite there, that will help us. Dupe is doing a wonderful job of doing this by himself. Rover is doing the ladder going all the way down wonderfully, because they're doing 2 ladders at a time. They are skipping a ladder, which is a little bit not efficient for Rover since they can't get to this without doing that ladder. If they did the 2 closest ladders, they could just continue doing 2 ladders at a time rather than doing 2, then 1, repeating it. Actually, they just grabbed 200. So they can reach this. Okay, Rover. Oh, they just went way down here. They can skip a ladder. I don't know what's going on earlier. That was a little bit odd. What is Dupe doing? Is Dupe sleeping right now? Yes. Yes, they are. That's still at 800. I am keeping an eye on how stale their stuff is. Now, looking at the calories up here, we do have almost 15 days worth of food. So I'm not too sure what the conversion between kilograms and calories are. But I keep looking at this because I'm waiting for the stale icon. Okay, star map. They only have 1 tile, but we don't have enough power to do that 1 tile. So they're kind of going all over the place. Can I press the right button? There we go. They only have to do 1 more ladder to get over into the metal area. Awesome. Now Rover can come over here and get most of this metal. And I think they got all the way down to the bottom. They did. Is this graphite? That's lime. Fossil. Igneous rock. Lime. There's a lot of lime over here. How do I want to do getting into here? I think I want to go straight down here and get this oxalite and bring it over. Now this is a lot of sand, which will fall as we dig in here. So we're probably gonna have to dig all the way into the dirt before we go up. So I would want to get all of this oxalite, which means we don't want to move this sand, so we have to go underneath this dirt right there before we go up, because we want this to stay as a wall. So we want ladders right here. And then at this point, we can dig all of this. And that will allow us to get in here. We can also come over here and dig up this oxalate. I'll even cancel out that. I'm still looking for... There it is. There's the graphite. We found it. Way at the bottom. But this is a good pocket for... Did Rover die? No, Rover's still alive. This is a good pocket for oxygen. Make sure we don't die. Rover's going to be a lot slower because Rover has to dig while also doing that. We did get the metal, but I don't know if we're going to need the metal now. Quick check on food. Still doing good. Still 14 cycles of food. We need at least 6 cycles to make it back home. Well, actually, we need 5. Because they can become hungry for a cycle before they die. A full stomach, a dupe can last for 3 cycles. So I guess we actually have currently 17 cycles. I'm not sure how to look at this. I also just realized we don't need to dig that tile there. Now, is River going to prioritize the building or the digging? Looks like Rover's just doing whatever's closest. Now this is where the water starts pushing up on the oxalate, or oxygen. And starts making this an area that we can't really get... Whoa, why are you suffocating? Okay, you just got into the rocket. So we should see that this slowly starts getting compressed into these top tiles. And I think they're putting the oxalate into the rocket. They are. So unfortunately, all this oxalate's not actually going to be used for breathing. But they do have a breathable area. Okay, Rover, do you need more stuff to build with in here? Maybe, maybe not. Not sure. Awesome, they're picking it up from right there and then putting it in. We just need 200. There we go. Rover is doing an awesome job. This is a lot of graphite down here. And there's even some that we don't have to dig. Alright, let's start digging this further down. And I want this to be sublimator, oxalate. Get that taken care of. It looks like Rover might actually help. Yeah, Rover's helping picking everything up. Nice. And I think we'll tell Rover to dig that up as well. And if I can, I'd like to put a tile here to keep the oxygen moving this way. Oh, there must be a lot of oxalate right here. Actually, that was the last bit of it, it seems. Maybe. Oh, there was a little bit of oxalate right there. But as you can see, there's 3,000 or 3 kilograms of oxygen right here. And we didn't get this dug out beforehand, so now there's stuff stuck there. Can I tell them to dig those 2 tiles and hopefully they get it done first? Because the water's coming in fast. Rover, dig those 2 tiles. There we go. That oxygen now has been moved. That also gave Rover a little bit of stuff to build with. We're getting close, chat. Alright, quick check on food. We have 14 cycles. It's not stale. Can I put in storage tile? That needs glass and refined metal, so I need to put in a regular storage bin. I think it's funny that they are still trying to research. Now what is down here? There is a building down here of some sort. There is a lot of graphite. So if we go... We're gonna dig our way down. Oh, that takes... We're digging. I didn't realize that line was hard like that. Do we see a way in? What is graphite? Is graphite a hard dig? No, it's not. I see a way in over here. So let's start making our way over. We're gonna have to do this. That's fossil. We can't dig through fossil either. Okay, so we need no lime and no fossil in the way. The only way I could see that is from way over here. Or we could just send our dupe home and come back with a digger. Arguably, we could just send the other rocket with the digger in it over here while this one's going home. We did just lose some stuff. Alright, I think we will send our rockets... We will switch our rockets around. So Dupe is going to go home. Curious Sputnik is going to get a digger, as well as something to put the stuff in. So we're going to need... Should I turn all of these into the tiles? The storage tiles? I think I should. Let's get Dupe out of here. That should also allow Dupe to research that last tile before they leave. Maybe not, because I think this might be too far away. Oh, no, it's not. They can do it. They're about to finish off the last tile. At least it looked like they were. There it goes. They finished the last tile that they could reach. So that is 3 tiles from every asteroid except for right here. They still have to go out 1 more. Alright, Wadado, how are they doing on the interior here? They finished it pretty quickly. Alright, so this is ready. We just need to set up at least one digger to go with them. So select crew. We're gonna make Small Town Sophie go with Papa Rasputin. And we are going to send them all the way over to Watelin. That's what I meant to say. Okay, launch sequence. Eventually they will get over there. So that's Small Town Sophie. That's Papa Rasputin going in now. They should... That's Bold Uranus, that's not who I want. They should have food, they do. So everything should be fine with them. We'll just have to make sure that they have this not grounded when they reach the other area. Alright, they finished all the aluminum here, so let's put the lid on this. Since they're no longer destroying anything to build these, I'm also going to tell them to sweep up all the debris that's right here. We'll do this blueprint for another fungal spore. We'll also do our first prediction. It looks like nobody put any points in. So let's open this anyway. And we got a decoration. This is a balloon that a dupe has to make when they are happy. And it is the Glossy Glee. Glossy Drecos. Alright, so I'm going to just delete that prediction. Alright, and up here everything is taken care of. Aside from the small amount of cleanup that they have to do because of what was built up here. So let's deconstruct all of this. And then we'll tell them to sweep it all up. Now, our next thing to do is to figure out how we're going to get stuff in here and out. And I think what we want to do is have everything come in like right here, bridge onto this, so that it can immediately be sensed temperature-wise and then be told if it needs to go around or not. So if it is above 25 degrees, it will be turned on here, which means that it will go continuing up. If not, it comes out. So we should go like that. Now our iron is a different story. I think we want to have a filter out here for specifically iron. It's the only outside source that does not need to go into the base and go somewhere else. We don't have any outside sources for coal, even though that would be something we can pick up as debris to put out here. So I think all we're going to do is put one solid filter right here. Regular debris will go straight over onto here and get bridged up. Iron will connect in right there. So now we need some sort of power. What is the easiest thing to add into here? Now our potential load right here is 1450, so if everything turns on, we're still not at the point where we're breaking this wire. If we add another 120, that won't actually do much, so we're going to just add this into that network. And we can set this up for iron. That's set up and ready. Once they build all that, that's all done. They did deconstruct everything up here, so let's send to sweep up all that. And all of this. It shouldn't take too long to do all of that. It will take them longer to get all this stuff. but up here, not that much. And then let's start doing even more auto sweeper stuff. So go right there and right there. We need a temporary tile. Do it right there so when we can deconstruct it, it'll be a little bit easier. We're gonna need to destroy that ladder. And that's not what I want to be in. Right there. I'm waiting for a dupe and also the autosave to be finished. There we go. Let's also get the power up here. This is going to be one all standard. And I didn't realize that the other one was built, so we can just copy and paste onto that. In terms of sweeping everything up, they are using it for over here, so it's a little bit quick. It helps that we're using this stuff we're trying to clean up. Okay, so that should just turn this on. Oh, we actually need this to not be right there. If I set this to a 2, the auto sweeper should prioritize using this first. Rather than it picking up from here, putting it to that drops it off in that same tile. It should go down here. And this is dropping onto here, which is going to be a little bit complicated to set up. Alright, how are the rockets? Are they at the halfway point? They actually reached their halfway point and flipped. So Bold Uranus is within a cycle from home, and Curious Sputnik is almost, well, now is a cycle away from getting to Watelin. How is Bold Uranus doing with food? It's not stale yet. They have 8 cycles to get back home, so they have enough food to make it all the way. I don't think we have to worry about them at all. Curious Sputnik. They have about 40 cycles. They actually have more. And we don't have to take the suits off of them because when they get over here, we're just going all the way down, digging, and then leaving with the stuff that we can get. And I'm pretty sure that rover is not going to die until we reload the game. It says low battery. I'm pretty sure the battery is completely dead. It is actually not. There are some weird things that happen with rovers where while you're playing the game, the battery may go completely dead and the rover still stays alive. But when you reload, rover's dead then. So I'm hoping that'll happen here so that we can have rover move stuff around for us into the storage bins once we get the rocket here. Anyway, Wadado. They're doing pretty good at sweeping stuff up. I also never queued them up to sweep everything off of the edges of the map. So when they're done sweeping all this up, I gotta get them to start doing the abyssalate area, or sorry, the neutronium area, not the abyssalate. I think I'll just queue that up now. So if I go down like this, what is right there? That's just a lot of debris. We're going to queue up the entire side of the asteroid. And I need to do one more going up. Because I know I missed a few down here, but I'm not sure if I missed anywhere else. Looks like aside from way down here, everything's been highlighted. I think everything can be reached. So we should be okay. We're also going to queue up that just so they can finish off this roofed area. Our landing rocket is back. Once we get this reset with another 400 kilograms, we're going to send Dupe back over to the lava planet and get that set up. Let's also set this to being grounded so they don't use the bathroom or eat stuff from in here. Like they are. Can I set this to not be grounded now? I can. Mid-flight, okay. That's pretty good. Okay, we can now come up here and deconstruct half of this system. And I think for this, I'm gonna have to send it to the right instead. Because I don't want to send it through here. I don't think it's gonna be easy enough to do. I think we'll have some issues. Now, how far can an autosweeper see downwards? They can actually see the floor here. So if I do this well enough, I may be able to get autosweepers in this entire thing. Doing good so far. There's another regular blueprint ready. So we want to get the ladder included, which we can't do. So I have to go over one tile. And then somehow this autosweeper can see some tiles down here, so we can actually do this entire area, it seems. So I need temporary tiles. Right there. Right there. Right there, and then we can just deconstruct this and put the storage bin there. Here, here, here. I think it can go right there. Yes, it can. And then the next one will go right here. And then we, of course, have the power going up to everything. The autosweeper's picking up this while the thing's trying to drop it. There we go. So if they can get one of these storage bins completed, I will copy and paste this down to there. They are doing great on sweeping everything up. There is just a lot of stuff on the outside, but they're doing what's close to a entrance to the base beforehand. Alright, we do have the rocket on Watelin. I wasn't paying attention. You have a ton of food, so let's just send you down here the easy way. I can unpause at this point. So I'm gonna get way over here. Put in a couple ladders to get around everything. So that I can pick up all the graphite that's on the ground rather than having to dig everything up. We might as well get down here too and see what's in here. So that should get us to here, then dig that. I have to dig that. That should get us to everything that I can see is a debris on the ground. I'm not sure. We do have to wait for the new resource tab to open up on here. Where did they go? Why did they go all the way up? They could have just went to right here. Hey, why are they going all the way to the rocket instead of just going right there? Does the dupe get the oxygen from where they stand rather than at their head? If that's true, there's no way for us to get this oxygen. Because if I put if I do another staircase, the water's just going to follow that up. Because the water can only compress the oxygen into one tile. Troublesome stuff. We do have graphite. So let's go into Kira Sputnik. We're gonna set this to graphite. Copy settings to all of them. We do need a dupe to set them up to being the filter. But then they will start filling it in. Papa Rasputin's doing all 5 of them right now. Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in, yep. For those who don't know me, my name is Codeman9000. On this channel, we play a selection of all of my games in a specific order to showcase mankind's progression to technology. We did multiple chapters. The first chapter was about modern city builder game or medieval city builder games like cities, settlement survival, and manor lords. We did a chapter on modern city builder games like City Skylines 2, Prison Architect. We did Hitman: World of Assassination as part of that. And right now we are on chapter 3 of Space Travel, which our main game is Oxygen Not Included, and today we are grabbing graphite from our water planet so that we can bring it back home to Wadado and make Super Coolant. And we just got all the way down to graphite, so there's some debris that's on the ground that we're picking up, as well as being able to get all the way down here to see what's going on in this room. Yep. How are you doing? What were you playing? And Yelp and Raiders, feel free to lurk. Feel free to stay. Either way, I'm glad you're here. Might check back in later. Alright, yeah, have fun. Oh, we have 2 different things that we can research. We're definitely gonna have to come down here. So let's deconstruct this. And we'll get in here. We can also inspect and rummage through these. We should be able to do this before we leave. We don't have to do the door to get in there. Well, they have even more stuff that's over here. Alright, we're gonna have to make a way to get over here. We can dig this one tile to get in here. I'm gonna put a ladder there and a ladder here so they can get that debris. 2 ladders. They can get to here and then they can't go further up. So we'll just build ladders going all the way up. Dig that. Cancel this. Dig that. Now, are we filling Curious Sputnik with any of this? I don't think we are. So I think what I need to do is set this on a 6 so that they're filling it in before digging other stuff. Now, unfortunately, they do have to go all the way down here to the bottom of the asteroid before going back home. What happened there? Oh, is it getting pressure damage? I don't know if our dupes are going to be able to come down here. How far do you go before you have to go back up? They did pick up some graphite, but they didn't get very far, so I think Rover's going to be doing a lot of the bringing stuff back. Can also remove that, relocate it into Curious Sputnik. I'm going to do that for all this stuff, including the databanks. They can't get to this yet, but they will be able to soon. Rover's doing a wonderful job down here getting all this done. I wonder, if I dug in here, would that be a way for them to get a good amount of oxygen? Let's set this up to allow them to get oxygen. So if we dig there, we can dig this out. We would need a ladder here so they can get up here and breathe. Yeah, they're getting way down here, and then they can't breathe in. So they definitely have to stand in oxygen. It can't just be their head. We do have principles available, so let's go back to Wadado. Over here, they are doing great work on sweeping up. And we do have this stuff ready. So let's get all of these set up again. So that we can clear up all of this. And I want this to be on a 2. So that the auto sweeper chooses that over doing an infinite loop here. Alright. We're getting suffocation errors because they can't breathe. But overall, they're fine over there. They are pretty close to getting this done. If it wasn't for this being abyssalite, we would be able to breathe. It's probably going to take them a while to get that done. We're purposely going from the bottom so that the water fills from the bottom up, rather than letting the oxygen just leave. Once we get down here, we can even build further over to give us more oxygen. Okay, Rover is working on going all the way up on the left side. I actually just realized that for our raid message, when somebody raids into our channel, that I have to update that schedule. We no longer stream on Saturdays. As today. We also don't stream on Mondays. That used to be our old schedule, Monday, Wednesday, Saturday. But now we do Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. Okay, Rover is digging into here before building the ladders, which is not going to help us get that graphite. also don't know if we're still gaining water or we're losing it. It looks like we're losing water. So it's definitely filling in holes down here. Okay, we got into here, so it's now filling up with water, which is not good because we need to get this abyssalite taken care of. If we don't get the abyssalite out of here, then we're not going to be able to breathe down here. So I don't know who dug that, but that was not a good idea. I'm going to blame Rover. How is Rover's battery doing? Yeah, see, right now Rover has a 0 joules left in their battery. Can you guys try to do this? Like, they just can't get all the way down here anymore. And now they're not going to be able to breathe in there because the water filled in already. I can't even tell if the amount that they're digging from this is still there. Can I dig those 2 pieces instead? Because Rover can at least come down here and do those 2, right? If I do this in a smart way, what would I want to do? We definitely want to cancel that ladder because we don't need to get up here anymore. Coming down here, we could only dig that. Then we have no way to get air, so we would have to build at least 2 ladders and then try to get in here as quickly as we can. Just so that as the water's filling in, we could go up here. We could also open up this area so that the water has more space to fill in. So we'll do that. Rover can dig this. Rover can make a way for the dupes to get down here. The dupes do not have to do it themselves. Over here, I do see that there's a little bit of graphite that we're not going to be able to get to, so we'll have to put 1 ladder there at least. Here comes Rover trying to save the day. Okay, Rover, dig everything, then build. That would help us the most. There we go. So now this is going to fill in fast, but we can go further over still. Like, I could probably get them to dig that out. If I do this correctly, I can get them to come all the way down here and dig this out. So they do have a breathable area over here to get a little bit more oxygen before they go back up. Rover has 1 more ladder to make, and then they should be helping us move all this stuff. So I'm going to go into Carry Sputnik, which now has 21 cycles of food left, and I'm going to high prioritize moving this stuff. Rover should be able to do that. I don't know what Rover's doing. Did Rover finally die? No, Rover's just not picking up items or relocate. Huh. I guess it's okay. Just unexpected. So they don't fill storages. I feel like they did when we were filling the oxalite. Or, yeah, the oxalite storage. I'm gonna tell Rover to put a ladder right there, so that they don't have to go in here to get oxygen first. We're gonna need to get over here soon as well. Can they not get down here? 2, 2, 3. so they really couldn't get over here. Okay. That's a little bit more space for them to dig into. And if I get them to dig that as well... then this oxygen will fly up there. Get them to dig that out. It's just more stuff to fill in, giving more time for us to breathe in this oxygen. How are we doing filling this stuff in? We're kind of getting there. They're having a hard time getting to relocate stuff up there, though. They've only moved one databank and it didn't make it all the way in yet. Where is that databank? I don't even see it. Maybe it did make it in. When I wasn't looking. It did make it in. It looks like Sophie is coming down to move stuff. We didn't rummage through these yet either, so let's rummage through them, see if we get something decent out of it. We are breathing out this oxygen now. Oh, nice, you're actually rummaging through it. We got even more databanks. So of course, I'm gonna queue them up to be relocated. We got a snazzy suit from this one. Oh, we want to go in here. Did we get a snazzy suit over here? No, we got a warm coat and a snazzy suit. Okay. All of our dupes have suits, so we're not actually gonna use them. Just waiting to see if they start moving this stuff around a little bit quicker. It looks like Papa Rasputin is coming around to get stuff. They did just take the Helix model, and they just dropped it. But Small Town Sophie is down here. Hopefully she's gonna grab something else. Or it looks like they're switching what they're grabbing. So Sophie is gonna take the Helix model. I hope all the way. No, they dropped it. I may need to put in a debris catcher that's halfway up here. So let's get Rover building a ladder right here. We're gonna put a tile right here at the top of this ladder so that when they get up here and they go up, when they drop it getting close to the rocket, they can catch it from right there. Which will be halfway to make it in. Where is Rover, by the way? Rover is invisible to me. Rover was over here last. Rover is over here. Rover can't get out. We have to make a ladder out of igneous rock to get out of here. Ah, and the Rover can't get out from here. I don't know how they got in here if they couldn't get over. I think something happened in there that I don't know about or wasn't paying attention to. This is getting somewhat filled in. This is almost up to another layer, so we're gonna be close to not being able to breathe down here. Which is an issue. We really kind of need a way to refill suits inside here. I could probably get rid of the beds and put in an atmosuit checkpoint tied into this. Our other rocket is at home. We haven't been paying attention to that. This is getting pretty close to being done. It is finished. Let's set your destination to orbit there. And get you out of here. Rover is doing the ladders now. They still have a thing of databanks to grab from the basement of this planet. I could maybe get Rover to continue to dig down here. Can't get him to dig any of that. But if I deconstruct this, it's a demolition, it's not deconstruct. If I build ladders over to here, we could dig this out with Rover and have that fill in with water. Which really wouldn't stop this from filling in, now that I think about it. Alright, we have the last thing of databanks that we're trying to get out of here. Just make an oxalite room with pump outside. And atmosuits outside as well. That's how I do it. That's a good point. We do have a bin of oxalite right here. I could make a small oxalite room right here. I don't know. Because we're also waiting for another rocket to get over to here. We do have graphite already in here. How much is in here? Not a lot. What happened? I heard a noise. Thank you for the new follower. Did they get the things? It looks like they got them up there. They did get all the databanks in here now. Awesome. So now they should just be getting graphite. They need to shake the milkshake again. Some of the stuff started to condense at the bottom of my bottle. They do still have some room to breathe in here though. So I'm not too worried. Is there a way to make it quicker for them to get in here without letting all the water in? So if we go across here, I think the water is gonna fill in a little bit faster, so we'll let them keep coming in this way. I I think once Rover gets this done and we put a tile right there, we might just take the dupes home with whatever they have. And then when we're coming back to get more graphite, we'll make them take off their Atmos suits within the rocket. And then tell them to put them back on when we get here. I'll queue up that tile. We relocated all the stuff that I wanted to relocate. We did get quite a bit of stuff in here. I think I'm okay with sending them home right now. Destination, send it home. Not warnings. Begun launch sequence. And now we focus on Wadado and checking the star map to make sure that they aren't sitting here for too long. Over here, we now have a full steam room. We have been trying to set this up as a steam room to get power from the rockets blasting off, and for a while, the middle portion of this wasn't getting hot enough to keep steam. Not all the water is steam, but that's fine. It's actually getting there. But now that we have steam above the water, it should be heating up the water evenly, rather than only heating up the leftmost area. Where are we sweeping up now? Okay, so 2 auto sweepers are done. I'm gonna come in here and tell them to mop all that. I don't know where all that water came from, but hopefully we can get all that. Where are they sweeping from the side of the asteroid? I'm not sure. We have a lot of sweep commands. I was gonna tell them to sweep up this tile. You know, I am gonna tell them to sweep up that tile. There's only like 4 things there. There's not only 4 things there. Where should I set up the next auto sweeping command? This is all cleaned up. This is not. This is not. Battery here is broken. Let's make that steel. This is just to make sure that these never turn off, but we need the battery in order for us to be able to keep that going. I'm guessing this area just got too hot for a regular battery in there. It looks like we might be giving off heat from our water cooling room, so let's put some insulated tiles around this. Because all the hottest area in this like circle-ish area seems like it's all evolving around this. The petroleum down here isn't heating up the tiles enough for me to think it's from here. Why is this so cold? Why is the ethanol -4 degrees? Oh, that's right, we're cooling it before we put them in. Never mind, that makes sense. There's not much debris here that I could just make them sweep it up manually. And it looks like this just finished. Get them to deconstruct all of that. All of this. And I think just that one power line there. Oh, there should have been one here as well. Looks like I queued everything up to be deconstructed. I actually want to keep this here. Can I cancel that deconstruct? We're going to use that to keep the settings. Because although it's just one button for me to set up the next auto dispenser, I'd rather do copy settings. So now the next one we're going to do is right here. Once I can move. Auto sweepers. So this will go right there. This is gonna have to go up one, which is gonna be odd. I want to put it right here, but I don't think I can. So we'll go right there instead. Where can this reach? It can reach right here, so if we put temporary tile right there, they'll be able to reach everything once I place in all the stuff we need to deconstruct that. Automatic dispensers go 3 tiles to the left of the auto sweeper. Like that. This shouldn't be able to reach that. It can't. That's perfect. Let's get the power in here as well. We'll do it just like that. Now that we have one auto dispenser, we'll copy the settings over to here and deconstruct this for real. Alright, our other rocket is in orbit, so let's deploy rover. This is going to be a difficult place to survive for a little bit. I'll put rover over there. We didn't get the dupe out of their suit before they got here. They're not going to be able to breathe and put the stuff away. Or build the rocket platform and get into the rocket before they die. We're also going to need a digger. We have to go home. I sent this rocket out here without preparing it properly. I mean, I could just make them a super hard digger. Everyone does have skill points, so I can just do random stuff like that. That would help us. Because I need this in order to do obsidian, but they still don't have enough air to breathe here. Because I can guarantee that they can build the rocket platform, but I can't guarantee that they can dig the obsidian and build the ladder along with the rocket platform. So Rover's just going to sit here for a little bit by himself. We're going to send this person home. Because I was an idiot and did something wrong again. Somebody is trapped. One or more duplicates is trapped. Who and where? I know there was a tile on the right side of the colony that I dug. I don't see a dupe stuck. I also don't have the error message. Oh, right here. That used to be a plant. It's now too hot to survive, so we're just going to deconstruct all that. Copy settings to there. Copy settings to there. Oh, it's already starting on that. Nice. Because that is power. I want them to build this so I can do the, that. There we go. And we don't have to really look at that for a little bit. They did sweep up everything from the puffed ranch on the outside. Aside from right here at the door where we were just dumping everything. So let's put in temporary tile, which we're actually going to keep there. We're not going to make that temporary. And I'll get rid of this ladder as well. I think I could put an auto sweeper right here, and then it should be able to grab everything. So we'll do that, and we'll put the dispenser right next to it. Whoop, that's not the right button. A little bit of power. That should drop outside of what this auto sweeper can grab. And I just realized that this has been dropping everything onto this tile. Not the correct spot for that. I thought it was dropping all the way down. Easiest way to get rid of all that debris once it's all done sweeping this area is to put a tile right here to get rid of this water and just deconstruct it and let all the items fall. So we'll let it keep filling that in. How is the water doing in this area? 9 degrees, 8.6 going all the way in there. So this is staying relatively cool, which is good. Let's get this little bit of water that's there for some odd reason. Are we still getting random water on the left side of the colony? We are. I don't know where all this water is coming from. Like, the ice shouldn't be melting, but it does seem like it is. I might just move it somewhere else, because there's no point. If it's going to keep melting, then what's the point of having it right there? We could leave it out here, but then when the next asteroid comes down and hits this, it's going to warm it up and then vent it off into space, so there's no point putting it outside. And if we're going to end up getting all the water from this anyway, you might as well just open it. So we'll do all that. Oh, I forgot to set that. Where are we digging? Right here. I mean sweeping. Let us slowly get this emptied out. I have no idea where they're doing the manual sweeping from. So we can't even keep an eye on, like, if they're doing the top part first. There is stuff right here that it looks like I missed. Unless that's where I dug the tile. It's probably where I dug the tile. There's another dupe trapped. Eins mod. I need you to deconstruct those 2 tiles. And then the one you're on. I would put those tiles back in, but we actually don't need them. So let's do here. Like that. That's good enough. We did get Curious Sputnik back here. So we're just waiting for our researching one. Now, Curious Sputnik does allow us to start using the molecular fluoride, so we can start making fullerene. That will then allow us to make super coolant, but we can't do that until we have one piece of fullerene. So I'm gonna go into Curious Sputnik and sweep up everything in here first. These we're going to cancel sweeping, but we're going to go to Wadado right above our colony. We never finished this? No, we did. If expanded by the... So they should do this over time. I think. Not sure, but this is now going to be set to 5. I should just do it priority-wise. And this should be grounded from now on. We also need to clean up a little bit of pee water right here at the entrance to the base because somebody got stuck and peed. For those who may still be here from Yalp's raid, we do have a redeem for naming a duplicate or geyser, or really anything you can name. And we do have a few dupes that do not have names. I think we have 4 or 5 if you want to be a duplicate. Nobody has named any volcanoes or geysers. You want to name one of them as well. And I think you can name the rockets, but I don't know how, so that might be... Oh, it's right here. So you can also name the rocket if you want to as well. These are both the default names. On the other hand, it's been a little overtime for us to do the second prediction. So is this blueprint going to be tops, bottoms, building, decorations, or wallpaper? Since there were a lot of people that came in that may not know the channel, gloves, shirts, and Atmos suit helmets or tops, socks, booties, Atmos suits, and onesies are all bottoms. Any type of aesthetic change to a building, like a new toilet, is obviously a building. Decorations, our fourth option, is anything that a decorating dupe has to create. So if it's a sculpture or a painting, that is decoration. And then, of course, everyone knows what drywall is, and that would be wallpaper. So you guys have 10 minutes to put as many points in as you'd like, starting right now. And sometime after those 10 minutes are up, we will do the second prediction. We do 3 per stream until I run out of more blueprints to do. Then we'll go down to doing 1 per stream or 2 per stream, because I don't remember if we get 6 of those per week or if we only get 3. But either way, that's gonna have a lot of stuff to do for a while. It looks like they're doing the top of the colony. Nope, they're doing down here. I can actually see them now. Alright, where should we do next? We could get this entire top part of the base finished. We also did not get fullerene yet. What if I go into Sputnik and I set all of these to a 4? We have dupes that can do random stuff, so it's not like we need to high prioritize this, the molecular forge. I am noticing that the chlorine has gotten further up. It's now above the dirty brick. It was below it, just starting to fill in the Somnium synthesizer, as I remember. So we are starting to lose all of our polluted oxygen. I also just realized that it's only a couple 100 grams of polluted oxygen per tile. So that would explain why the chlorine and the carbon dioxide is escaping a lot more. And that's just from them opening and closing the doors up here. Once this refills and they get the oxalate refilled in there, we'll send them back out. Not sure why they're not putting the meat in here right away. I wonder. Because this is cooking ingredients. If I allow manual use, that would probably benefit us, right? Because they would put, yeah, they would grab meat and put it in here, and that would go into the deep freezer. We don't really need them to pick up the food from out here. The auto sweepers can do that. We do have 2 pieces of food that they are refusing to pick up, though. So mushroom quiche is a finalized piece of food. We can't use it to make something else. So that should be used here or eaten, which is fine. Over here is mushroom wrap. We're going to put mushroom quiche on that as well. This is pickled meal. And this is sweet foods. The buns can be used for Frostburger. We're making our first Whopper, chat. So that is going to be needed to go back into our ingredients thing. How do I get into the ingredients bin? You can grab from there and put it into the ingredients bin, which goes in here, then this can get to that. That's how I want it done, so if this is full of frost buns, that they don't go bad. So where would frost bun be? Is that alphabetical? It is. So there is a frost bun in there. It looks like Dotterly is making our first Whopper, hopefully. Nope. Nope, still no. This is important for us. Still surf and turf. There it is, chat. Dotterly has made our first Whopper. You know what? I'm gonna clip that. Give me a few seconds while I clip that. Let me make sure I'm spelling Dotterly's name correctly. I went past her name. I forgot we have Yalp in here. Yalp is a rancher. That's why I forgot we had him. Because they don't leave the base. Why am I not seeing Dotterly? There they are. I did spell their name correctly in this. Okay. What are we doing next? Up here is almost done. We actually have a little bit of water here. this is still getting done. There's just a lot of stuff right there, so that's going to take a while. They're probably still sweeping from this area down. It looks like they tried sweeping from over here and then they dropped it. How are they on refilling the rockets? Because we can probably set this guy back out. We can. Send you back. This time we're going to make sure to take off their suit. Equip. That'll turn even more water into steam way out here. I'm surprised that none of the steam that's in this area has condensed enough to turn back into water. There's not actually that many items here. There's, I think, 8 items still here. What is being taken? It looks like the igneous rock is being taken. Yeah, it's definitely the igneous rock is being taken. Alright, this area is done. It's just doing weird shenanigans. So let's get rid of all of this. And we also need to build a tile right there to get rid of the water. Then deconstruct that. We do now have dupes stuck in here. Does somebody come do this now, please? Those dupes are only going to survive for a little bit. I forgot to add a digger to this rocket. That's not what I meant to do. Come back. Put your suit back on. Luckily, they're not too far away before I realize that. Alright, now they can all escape. We got all the debris from here falling down. Sweep up this big mess and this little one here. I think I want to cancel all the sweeping from down here. and get them to focus on the top of the base going down. Because they're going to keep dropping it on top of stuff that we already swept. How far away is that rocket anyway? Only about a quarter cycle. Do I want to take them off of here, or do I want to just put the other digger? I think I just want to put the other digger on this rocket. Need the bomb lily. Our prediction is up and ready. We have nobody voted on it. That's fine. So let's see what we get anyway. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. On our last one, we got about a couple of balloons as a decoration. This one, we got boots, which would have been bottoms. I'm gonna cancel this one as well. And then we'll do the next one within the next hour. Whoa, what happened in here? Why is there sulfur in here? I noticed you use sulfur, but why? I don't know what's going on. It also seems like they're not taking it out of this. Is it because it's grounded? It's probably because it's grounded. I'm gonna come in here and just deconstruct all these. That should give us the fullerene. What a graphite, I mean. Replace those with regular stuff. We should probably put the tiles back in, now that I'm thinking about it. Because we're going to be using it for the other thing. Or picking up from the lava planet. Okay, Bold Uranus is back now. Select crew. We're going to put the other dupes, so not Sophie. I think it's Gino. It is Gino. Gino's gonna go in there. This is 180 kilograms shy of being ready. They did take the one thing out of here. So we probably have a new artifact down here, right? Doesn't look like we do. I don't know where that artifact went. How's the decor over here doing? That's plants. That's decor. So this should be a pretty red area because we have a lot of debris that's sitting in here. This doesn't look too bad. Everywhere else that's red should be decor or power related. That's why up here is so red. You can actually see where all of our power lines are just by the decor. That's pretty neat. This has finished cleaning up this area, so we can deconstruct these. This still hasn't been filled in. This is getting pretty warm. Over here is almost 98 degrees. I almost said cycles, but I meant degrees. This now is filled, so let's send out our final destination yet again. Begin launch sequence. This does mean that we are not going to have a strong digger. So if any of our debris turns into natural tiles that are more than a regular dupe can handle, they're going to have to stay there. Actually, no, Sophie is still here. They're part of this crew, but they're still here. It does look like we replaced a rover's module, so we could send another rover. I'm gonna unequip your suit and Gino's suit. And then we have to keep an eye on them getting all the way over there. They're sweeping all of this up. I'm guessing because it's closest to this. Do have a little bit of debris left right there, so we'll grab that as well. And where do I want to auto sweep next? Do I want to do the top of the base? Or work my way down over here? Because it's only 3 places here. And a little bit here, a little bit here. I think we'll set up the top of the base. And until I can't, I'm going to do it on the bottom here. This one can go there. And then at that point, I think I did one of them wrong, so I'm going to make sure that I did them right. So every third block to the left of an auto sweeper. This one was counted wrong. Everything else should be correct. This can reach that but not further. That's correct. That's also correct. But we can't put a thing in here, so we're gonna have to put it up at the top. And hope that the auto sweeper can still reach that after putting the tile in. We're gonna get rid of this tile. Or this ladder, I mean. Can you still reach that? You can! Awesome. So we can do that for all of them over here. So this is the third tile, we go right there. And then we place this right next to it. This cannot reach down there without deconstructing 2 tiles. Actually, I think I can deconstruct this one and it might be able to see a sweeper there. It can. So it can grab all of that, meaning that we can deconstruct that, put a sweeper there. Dispenser, I mean, not a sweeper. Which means that this one goes there, and after that, I don't know what we're gonna do. I think what I will do is just do this. And temporary tile. That goes there. This one is gonna have to be a little bit closer, which is gonna cause issues. because we have this in the way. Hopefully in the future we'll be able to stop it from feeding back on itself. We also need one more right there. Well, standard 1, copy settings. Grab power to all these. I guess it's just not going to do sublimators, clothing, and liquefiables. Oh, critter eggs, sublimators, and clothing. Okay. So this should be getting fed. I guess it's only fed by this one. I would really like them to build these 3 auto dispensers so I can, you know, put the filter on them and not look at them. Regular pod. Harbor acorn. Star map. Half a cycle away. And then we get to switch the rockets yet again. We should probably check in on... Actually, we would see fullerene on the right side if we already had it. Let's check in here. We picked up everything from in here. So I would have imagined that it would already have said we had it. Now that it says that we have graphite. We didn't make any fullerene yet. The molecular forge is empty. I'm gonna turn this up to a 6. We're gonna have to drop that also in here. So that erupts in 6 cycles, so we don't have that ready. And then this is gonna get superheated and turn into something we don't want it to turn into. Lift dispenser 1 tile so the tile blocks the sweeper. That makes sense, honestly. For up here. I forget which one it was. Lift this up 1 block so it can't grab the items from right here. I'm still waiting on them to build any of this, so I don't know. We should be fine. And this is starting to get up too high to the point where we're gonna have to do something up here. It's just under the temperature that this will flash. So it needs to go up about another degree, or maybe just 0.3 degrees. We did set this up to being 135, so hopefully this stays a little bit warmer. Alright, where is our graphite? That's not what I did. Graphite, where are you? You're in the main storage, that's fine. But I want this being done. It's not being done. They're doing more steel-related stuff than they are doing the molecular forge. What is this making? Refined carbon. I mean, I guess. Welcome to first time chatter, by the way. I didn't realize that was your first time chat. Is somebody gonna come do this? Looks like me, Regis, and Dupe are coming over to do it. I had a feeling you joined with the Rainbow Tom. If I can get just one piece of fullerene, I can then queue up the emulsifier to start making super coolant, and then we don't have to look at this. Fullerene, super coolant, please. And I think what we're gonna do is put an auto sweeper here. Actually, we can't reach where the fullerene is, so we can't put it. It won't help us at all. This is annoying me, though. I may have to bring the molecular forge out of here. We were doing it in here just to make it easier for the petroleum. But if it's going to be causing issues down here with the sulfur... Did it again. Because doesn't sulfur turn into something else when it turns into a gas? Sulfur gas. I guess it just turns into a gas if it gets too hot. And it actually won't get too hot. It'll just stay a liquid. Okay. I'm okay with that being a liquid then. Actually, no. When the volcano erupts, the magma comes out at 1700, so we definitely do want something different than sulfur, liquid sulfur there. I want fullerene stuck here so that I keep an eye on how much we have. Should I just bring this whole thing out? We don't have any room in here because we have all of our batteries there. I could just put it right outside our house, right next to the slugs. Which I think it's time for us to coal the slugs here. We have 2 extra slugs over on the left side. I'm still debating on moving the molecular forge. We're gonna do it because of that. I can't keep having it there. So it is 5 blocks wide? Looks like 5 blocks. And then the next thing is not very tall. 2, 4, 5, so that means this goes here. We don't need this to be made out of steel while it's outside the base, but we might as well just keep it the way it is. And then we need this to turn around, this to turn around. Once this stuff gets built, we can start having it all hooked up and everything. I think I'm actually going to deconstruct this now. Wait, does this have fullerene in it? What's in here? Oh, it does have super coolant. We have super coolant. How come I didn't see the thing for it? Hold on a second. We want to cancel everything in here then. I didn't realize that we had a little bit of super coolant. Okay, so now that that has been reversed, we are going to turn this around. So next time we get a rocket in, we can drain this immediately. I'll leave the pipes there. They're not going to do anything after today. Our rocket's probably been in orbit for a while, so let's go into Bold Uranus. I want Gino in a suit. And Dupe in a suit. We want Gino to be the one being in here, but I want to make sure that they put their suit on first. We are going to deploy Gino right here. Deconstruct. Deconstruct. I'm pretty sure I need 22 tiles. I do need 22 tiles. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 22. Gino, wake up. Gino is not allowed to go to sleep right now. Gino, can you build this more than the ladder? Rover can do the ladders. Can we see the thing we came down here? We can see the niobium we came down here for. I'm not sure what the best way to get down here is. We also have a little room over here that's a vacuum. So we're definitely going to come over here. I think we might just do a corridor where I build 3 tiles in width. And then destroy the middle tile and add a ladder there instead. Set destination, land. Jaina may get a tiny bit hot. Actually, I did not check to see how much height we have here. I don't think we have enough height. I think we have to go down further. We need 35 tiles above the rocket platform. Alright, where is 35 tiles? Way down here. So we need this to be here instead. Which is 5 tiles down, so if I go here... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Deconstruct all that. We're going to cancel digging all this. And do this instead. This is going to be an issue if Gina starts to suffocate. Rocket platform there. Luckily, Rover is able to place the stuff in the tiles, and Gina can build it. Rover should be able to build the insulation tiles. After Gino digs these 2 tiles, I'm going to have him start digging these out. Because we're running out of time here. Actually, Gina, can you build that 1 tile? No, I want this tile. Because I have a feeling that lava is going to pop up soon. You are looking green because you have radiation poisoning right now. Ah, I didn't want the lava up here. Too much liquid. I was trying to avoid having that here. I don't know what that's going to do to the rocket platform. Gino, I need no sleep. Oh boy. Can you dig not up there? Gino, you're doing it again. Of course there's an autosave. We're probably gonna have to restart this past cycle. Stop digging from up there. We can dig all this from the bottom. Alright, Juno's not gonna make it. That's because I didn't realize that we needed to go down a little bit. I thought we had enough space. So let's see where we were at this one. We should still have a red alert if I pick the right date. Okay, this is while we're still building it, so we're going to cancel this. We're going to cancel 5 tiles up from here. We're going to press play so I can get this all unlocked. There we go. We need to go... Oh, Rover died because we reloaded. So now it's just Gina down here. Rover's now in the lava. Since we'll have extra time, I might as well do random digs as well. Gina will be able to survive this because it's a whole cycle here and then half a cycle in the next cycle. Plus we can actually see how much oxygen he has left in his suit now. The only other thing we're gonna have to worry about is how much time he spends up here. He's doing the stuff that I wanted to do first. To try and keep the lava out, I want him to build this tile before digging this up. Gino, you're gonna get stuck somewhere. Okay, that's fine. You know what? You put the lava up there. Okay, we're starting to get into a time where we have to start worrying. But luckily, right when he has that rocket platform down, we can start sending our dude back in. So if we're lucky, this is 35 tiles right here. 33? What? We're going further in, chat. Let's reload this again. I might end up reloading further down. I hate that they only do 3 numbers. Like, there's not enough characters. Because I don't know which one I actually want. I think I want this one. We're gonna have to find which one we want and do a hard save. Can't you place it lower at the ladder? Doesn't need the floor. It doesn't need a floor. The floor is there just to make the lava not go up. Okay, so just like last time, Rubber's gonna die. And then I actually need to take away 7 tiles. And build a floor here to push the lava out of the way. I'm gonna let him build those 3 ladders and then tell him to come down here. So from right here, there should be 35 tiles. There is. Okay, that time I did it correctly. Now this is gonna make a lot of lava come out here. If I put that in now, either way, it's gonna let the lava come down here. Gino, I don't think that's the best place for you to stand. Gino, get out of the lava. Gino, why would you go back into the lava to build? Gino. Stupid things like that make me wonder if they're actually AI smart or not. They should have been able to know not to go down there. I'm gonna also guess that they're gonna do it again. Move out here. You're gonna... I'm losing it. Chat, I'm losing it. We're gonna keep trying this. I wonder if I can make a triage cot out. No, because then he's gonna be suffocating while on the triage cot. This time, we're not gonna put the floor in. The lava's gonna go up anyway. So we might as well just put the rocket platform floating in the lava. It gives plus 1% breath per second. That's new to me. Okay, so rocket platform is actually... That's not rocket. Rocket platform goes right there. It's right above here should be 35 tiles. Okay. This, we go down 7. We put 1 tile right there. That's why dupes with slime lungs stay on the triage cot. Oh yeah, I never thought of it that way. I never noticed that they actually stay there for a while. That's pretty neat. Okay, now we're gonna also have to dig out this stuff so that we can actually get rid of these tiles, which is gonna be troublesome, I think. Actually, if we don't do it this way, hold on. No, we do want to get rid of that. I think they can get rid of this. I'm not sure. We might have to have them come down here. I know they can get rid of these 2 tiles from this, but I don't know if they can get rid of that, because it'll be underneath them. I might have to build a tile right here and then deconstruct it. Yeah, I definitely have to put a tile right there. Actually, wait. Why am I not just putting a ladder right there? And then we just have to dig all this out. But I don't want to queue it up because I'm afraid that it'll stop them while they're building. Do that, deconstruct this. All this lava is going into the vacuum of space right here. So eventually it will be below the rocket platform. Get rid of that ladder, or else they're not going to be able to use this. And then, Gino, I want you to start digging away up here. Just so it has a safe place to sit when the rocket comes down. Move to here. You come down. Alright, Gino is alive. You can now get no rad pills from in here. Where are you researching? Oh, that one tile there. To use all the oxygen in the other suit? I don't know. Oh, yeah, they probably did, because they were up in here. Oh, that's right, this is grounded. I will be back in a couple minutes. We're gonna let them rest in here while I go and shut my door. Alright. So now that we're here, they're able to eat. Gino will be sick for a while, but I'm hoping that they'll throw up and then they'll be fine. And in here, we just have to build all the way down into here to get this little bit of niobium. So instead of building tiles all through here, let's build ladders, because they are a way for liquids to go through the same tile. Then I want to build a way like this. So that we can get through the lava. Another way to do this is to put pitcher pumps in here to bottle up the lava and just move it somewhere else. We could do that as well. That might actually work. Do we have a way to drop off the water? What does it say? We have no raw minerals. We have obsidian right here. Are they not able to get out? Did I really put the ladder one tile? No, they should be able to get out. They got in. Tile blocks the ladder. Oh, I'm done. Thank you for that. I was about to destroy the ladder and try and build it up one tile. This is going to bother me visually though, so I'm going to just do that. They can do that eventually, they don't have to do it right now. Although they are doing it right now. Okay, so... I want Gino to dig these two tiles so we can get that little bit Actually, if we put ladders over here, which I can't do until they dig a little. Let's cancel these. I need to put a ladder right here. For some reason I can't reach that. If I deconstruct 2 ladders there, they might be able to grab the debris from here. No, really? Alright. Does it fall through the rock? It does fall through the rock platform. Hopefully this can be used. I know sometimes they'll dig it and it'll pop out the side, so hopefully it falls on that tile. I could also cancel him digging that. What is going on here? Why am I not able to dig anything? Obsidian's a raw mineral. I couldn't use that, but I can use this. I am very confused on what just happened there. Alright, we are gonna do a bottle emptier out here in space. Insulated tile. We are gonna spend a long amount of time emptying this out, which means that we should probably have another bottle emptier. How is this overheating? It's made out of obsidian. All this can be cancelled. I'm gonna deconstruct this so it stops getting overheated. I guess because the magma is sitting at the tile that it's built in, it's getting overheated, because this one's not getting overheated. Overheat is different than melting point. What's the melting point of obsidian? 27? This isn't 27. Was that not made out of obsidian? Overheat plus 15. Okay, I get it. I don't like it, but I get it. Set this up to be magma. Pretty much all I'm trying to do is lower this level of magma down further. We're not gonna get this whole thing out. What is melting? Oh, way down here, everything's turning into sour gas. That's fine, I don't care about any of that. Now, I could just brute force build through here and not worry about the lava killing the dupes. I'll just put this up one tile. That would probably stop it from overheating, and we'd be able to use it. We're gonna keep hearing this error until all these melt. If I start getting them to build this in, I'm curious on what's gonna happen with the lava. Because I'm pretty sure if I build here, then deconstruct this, the magma will push up through the hole before they build the other tiles. So I don't know how this is going to work out, but we're going to keep trying. I know the lava that's here is going to go on top. That was something I knew going into this. How's the food in here doing? 46 kilograms. Combat. Oh, all the slugs. They're killing the slugs on the main colony. You know, just so that I can catch this obsidian here. Let's not dig that yet. No, I wanted to cancel that. Okay, with that tile, I am going to tell them to mop up that, which is too much liquid. Never mind. I forgot the magma is more viscous than the waters. You had granite, you could solidify the lava. How does that work? Granite can cool down lava? Yeah, this is going up. We might want to just try to brute force going through all the magma with ladders and then build the walls afterwards. It melts and makes a solid tile. I never thought of that. I'm gonna try to brute force going through here. We'll build the ladder and then we'll build the tiles from the bottom, hoping that they don't get overheated in the process too badly. And just to try and make it a little bit quicker, I'll do every other tile. Like that. They're still slowly pumping out the magma. And with them doing one tile at a time, they shouldn't be standing in this for too long. But they're probably going to get hot. There is a Watelin in chat, which is Gen 1. I think that's the first one I've noticed it's Gen 1 today. I apparently have it. Okay, Gino is definitely going to get overheated. And triage cots be made out of obsidian, now that we have another dupe here. I'm going to try to put it right here. I think it could be made out of obsidian. It can. This is an emergency. Some uh-oh. Fixer. Did I not put this one on 7 as well? I didn't. That's why they're not doing both pumps. Okay, we have this. I want this set on 100. So now they should be able to grab 2 bottles and do that. And I'm hoping that only one person stays down here at a time. We might have to send Gino on the triage cot soon. Might need a roof to reduce the radiation they're exposed to. I'm honestly not worried about radiation at all. I'm more worried about Gino dying due to the heat. Although I'm gonna put Gino on this triage cot. We'll let Dupe get a little overheated, because they should be close to doing both tiles if they weren't suffocating. I know Gino got really close to the middle tile being completed. We'll get Gino to about half, actually, instead of 100. These suits, if they're not already destroyed, they're going to be over-destroyed when we get home. Saving oxygen, 100%. If I deconstruct this, we'll move it down a tile. Then we'll destroy these 2 ladders and move this one over so we can get this a little bit of a blissylate. I know they can get more from right here, but I want it to be out of the lava, if we can have it out of the lava. Alright, can you do something other than the pump, and this? No, you can't. Okay, these are gonna go on a 5. Gino should be almost done if I have that set up right. I forget what this percentage does, if it tells them to leave at 50% or if it tells them to be there at 50%, I forget. It's probably more than 50% healed right now. I'll let him go for a little bit longer. Minor radiation sickness. You know, just for safety, we'll put 2 tiles above him. Each tile we do is going to bring down the radiation. So right here, this is 47%. All right, no, 104 rats per cycle. Right above it's about 90 more. If we had plastic, we could get it really done. Can I tell Gino to get off here? Because I don't know what the other dupes do. I'm gonna go with 3 tiles. I think that'll be good enough. I don't think I'm gonna need to go further than that. God, I didn't finish that one tile. Hopefully they come over here and finish this afterwards. We're gonna have to check in on how much food they have in a little bit. They were in the 40 kilogram range. I know kilograms don't equal to calories. Put the next 3 in. So let's see, they have 45 kilograms. They didn't go down in food much. That's the wrong planet. Which actually, we should probably pause and look at this planet, see how they're doing. Sweep-wise, they got all the way over to where we didn't have things set up to be swept. I don't think we have any machines still running over here that we would need to check in on. No. This right here is supposed to be for Super Coolant now that we have it, so let's queue this up. I think they would have bottled it already. There is definitely one bottle. Up here, I don't think we had this set up yet. So, fullerene, Super Coolant, and then everything else is done. Oh, this isn't going to be emptied out. We need that not to be bridged on. Okay, that should get this going again. We can go back to Charibo. The middle one doesn't have to be an isolated tile. I'm doing that so I can push the magma around. It is going to be deconstructed afterwards and turned into a ladder. And our pump right here is going to get melted. I'm just going to disable auto repair. Now, Dupe's the one getting hurt too much. Materials versus 400, 200, the faster burn. Oh, you mean insulated tiles. I get it. I didn't think of that. We could have just did regular tiles for the middle. Honestly, we could just do regular tiles for all of them, right? Although the overheat temperature for the outside would be an issue, so we definitely want insulated tiles on the outside. Regular tiles on the inside. But are the regular tiles going to melt being touching the magma on the outside? Obsidian won't melt. Okay, we're gonna cancel all this and put it regular tiles then. For the ones that are already built, I'm not gonna worry about. And now both of these are starting to overheat, so I'm just gonna cancel both being auto repaired. He put in a lot of the stuff right away. I mean, it makes sense because it's like you guys were saying, it's less debris going into each tile. But I wasn't expecting him to do that many tiles at once. Duke may be in trouble with how much of this is coming out. Because we have to remember that this has to move over further to here before this moves over. The viscosity of each one. Oh, come on. Why'd you come out if you weren't gonna do one? Dupe, you're fine. I think you can come off of here now. I think you're okay. Gino should probably take a turn. No, I'm not sure, because Dupe is pretty close to getting hurt. Okay, they're at least picking up magma while this is still usable. And with them only going in for a second, they're not really getting hurt now. Unless Gino just sits there for a few seconds, sitting in the magma for no reason. It is way faster, I agree. I didn't think of that. I thought the regular tiles, although these weren't melting, I should have seen that as a sign. If these tiles weren't melting, then they would have been fine over here. I just went, magma too hot, must make insulated. I'm hoping that if I destroy this, the magma will drop a little bit. I'm not expecting it to go away, just to drop a tiny amount. And then we can put a ladder there. This is going to annoy me with the noise, so I'm going to deconstruct it. Gino, you are not fast to being a doctor. You should not be right here doing the doctoring. Gino, you're not going to make it until the end. I don't think he did the entire bar. It looked very close. Yep, he definitely didn't do the full bar the first time. Are you going to deconstruct this whole thing? Yes, you are. Look at that. That ladder's just so I can deconstruct this tile and get the magma to fall down more. Alright, how is Homeland doing? Still got a lot of debris being moved. Oh, we were doing manual sweeping as well, so let's make sure that they got everything from top to here. Looks like they did. Let's make sure they got it all from the top of here, because I know they dropped stuff. There's a little bit right there. They didn't clean this up yet, because we didn't set that up to be cleaned. We'll leave it at that, and then we'll queue up the bottom right of the base. Alright, Gino, you're probably sleeping right now. Nope, you're not. I want to get that little bit of obsidian from that. When we deconstruct the next tile, we should get more space for magma. Oh, you were so close to doing that one tile. How is the radiation right here at the triage cot? 24 rads per cycle, so it goes 150, down by 90, down by 30, so it goes down about a third, or 2/3. So I could add one more to try and get it very close to 0. And then we'll continue adding another tile here. This one is broken, so I'll deconstruct that as well when he gets around to it. We're almost to the point where I can start using this the way that I planned on using it. But Gino's gonna spend 2 trips to the rocket just to heal Dupe. Yeah. Dupe is actually fine. Dupe, since you got off yourself, get off of there. I think Gino just got signed up to being on it. Okay. And it is getting a tiny bit hot in my room. So I'm gonna queue up my air conditioner to be on. We're also going to do our third prediction, or at least start it. So in the top left corner, a little blue button. Is that going to give us a piece of top clothing, bottom clothing, buildings, decoration, or wallpaper? You guys have 10 minutes to put in as many points as you want, starting now. If you predict the right choice, you'll get points back, and maybe you get to steal points from someone else. Okay. Dupe, can you not do the triage cot first, please? We don't need Gino saved faster than he can save himself. Thank you, dude. And as soon as Dupe does one of these two ladders, we'll fry him. Since Gino got off, I'm actually going to tell him not to go back on. I know he's not half-hailed, but I think he's going to be fine. Actually, we probably shouldn't have done this. Probably going to want pincher pumps again. Because this magma is already above what it should be. When we put in another tile, it's probably going to take this more than halfway over. So maybe we don't want this one. We want this one. And then we're going to need to deconstruct the two ladders underneath it so we can use it. Damn it. Finish the autosave. If I deconstruct those two, we can put these back on a 7 so that they're prioritized more. They'll pick up that one bottle on the ground, hopefully. Okay, let's see how much is right here. 9.6 compared to the 24 that was there. So if we did another one, we'd probably get down to 3 rads per cycle, I think. We're almost done. This is what I had planned for the entire stream, going to the water and the lava planet and getting our 2 items from both. I did know it was going to take me quite a while to do all that. How are we doing on the Super Coolant, however? Did we empty out this one? There's still some in here, so we're definitely not emptying it out. Enable auto battle, maybe? Maybe that'll help. I mean, that's one way to get rid of lava. I'm thinking I might wait for them to drain it until it gets to this tile. Nah, you know what, no. It'll take more time. Let's see those 2 tiles. I'm doing both because I'm pretty sure that this is just going to go up rather than being pushed over. We're very close, though, to having this done. I'm just hoping that when we put this in, it doesn't move over a tile. Oh, it did move over a tile. If we do the next 2 tiles, it would fill in this spot, so I'm gonna put a pincher pump right here. I'm not gonna deconstruct this until this one's done. Oh, that wasn't finished. Why didn't she... What? There we go. Deconstruct that. How's their food doing? Because I know eventually this will spoil. Oh, we lost half of what we had. We're down to 14 kilograms, which is about 25 cycles. That's the wrong planet. Oh, come on, just finish deconstructing. Why does it take so long? Come on. Thank you. Who is trapped? No dupes are trapped. I don't know why it said that. Once they build these two ladders, or at least one of them, we can start blocking this in. No. Oh, what's right here? Priority, red. That is the Niobium volcano. Nice. So if we need to come over here later on, we can come back and tame that volcano. I'm hoping when I deconstruct this, it doesn't move back over. I don't know if it will. It probably will. So all that's going to be turned into ladders. Now, just in case it does move over, let's cancel that. Had a feeling it would. What if I go one more and then try to mop it? We might have pushed it over enough that I could mop it right here. Could also do one more thing, now I'm thinking about it. This will make sense in a little bit, but not right away. Okay. I'm getting annoyed with these getting done again. Fortunately, we can't mop that up. Fortunately, it didn't move over again, so we can go straight down now. And what I'm working on over here is moving this up so that hopefully we can release this magma. We have what I'm gonna guess is about a minute left in the prediction in case anyone wants to put points in to win more. I'm surprised they're not deconstructing this yet. They're more focused on coming over here. We might not even need this anymore. Now that I think about it. Same thing with bottle, pitcher, pump. So if I start getting rid of the tiles, this will start evening out. Which will eventually make this drop. We might be able to mop that up, or at least move it. I think we have to move it. Here's hoping that it goes to the right, like debris. Seriously, why did they not deconstruct this? Awesome, that did move the magma. So we actually don't need any of this stuff, we're just gonna have ladders. What I could try and do is... because I'm worried about them dropping debris in this area. I could put tiles here so that they can't drop it. I think I will put tiles there. We'll do it one at a time because I know the magma's going to go up and then we're going to have to push it over. And the only reason why I'm going to deconstruct this is so that when it gets pushed over, it still has more room to go to. Oh, come on. Yep, I had a feeling it would go up. Where did that just go? What? We are now venting it into space, so that'll help. Oh, it's solidifying into igneous rock. I see what happened there now. If it stays like that, then we don't have to redo that. For the rest of this, they should be fine. I'm only doing the ladder so they can get the stuff from down here. Which reminds me, I should probably get rid of that magma piece. Or bottle, I mean. I'm probably going to put a bottom to this so that it can't drop stuff into it. So I probably should have moved this ladder over one. How are they not getting overheated from right here, but when they're in this, they can? It's a matter of maybe 2 degrees. Don't deconstruct rover. Rover stays forever encased in magma. Semi-submerged versus fully submerged? Okay. I can get behind that idea, at least. This is starting to get too hot, so I'm going to start pushing the debris over to the right. There is igneous in here, so that's going to turn to magma soon. What I'm doing now is all nonsense stuff just to make things prettier, I guess. It's aesthetic, I don't know. Why are you just sitting here, dude? I can already see that somebody's gonna get stuck down here. Maybe not. Maybe they're smart enough to not build from down here. I doubt it's gonna last forever. I guess it did. That should bring... Okay, ore goes up there. Hoping that when we build that, it gets pushed over, not up. Why not? But debris is easier to relocate than magma. Whatever. This is just so it stops turning into magma in here. Alright. Get down here now. Who is... Nobody is trapped. I don't know why I keep saying that somebody is trapped. And do I spend the time to get all the way over here for the phone? I don't know if I want to spend the time to get all the way over there for just the phone. How else can you call support? We have a telephone in the rocket. Or is this the other rocket? No, we have a telephone in here. We're okay. Curious Sputnik doesn't have a telephone, though. Speaking of home... We're getting there. Still a lot of debris. How did they take both things out of the rocket? They did take both things to research. The blender and the double helix model. How are they on sweeping? Did they do all the manual sweeping? We didn't queue up the bottom half. Let's re-queue this. all the way down to there. We're gonna ignore this bottom one, because that'll be picked up by an auto sweeper later on. I'm gonna put this back on, just in case we need that later on. And then start deconstructing all this. So much Pluto too. Yes. This was mostly from the different biomes that we had in here. Of course, some of it is from polluted water and polluted dirt, stuff like that. A little bit of slime. Ooh, Drecos. But mostly it is just from the starting map, and we dug out the entire asteroid. But there's only... there's 1,000 grams down there, but there's only 900 up here. So there's not even a kilogram of gas in each tile. That's the whole reason why the carbon dioxide's starting to expand. There's nothing down here creating carbon dioxide. I'm waiting for the day that the chlorine is vented out and we only have carbon dioxide down here. Suffocating. That's probably those in Charibo. Well, this one just finished. So I'll deconstruct that, this, and this. Bunch of weird things happening on my phone. We are past the 4-hour mark, which is usually where we end on Sundays. Never found a good use for uranium ore except feeding it to bionic dupes. Since I had a geode of uranium ore, I've been using it as my uranium science, even though I do know there's better ways of getting uranium or radiation science, like Weezewarts and just the sun. But with us doing this, we're turning into depleted uranium, which you can also use in the science thing. I forget what it's called. It's the thing that you put uranium in, make power. Research reactor. I knew it wasn't uranium reactor. So this can use enriched uranium, which of course you have to process beforehand. But then that creates depleted uranium after producing radiation for rad bolts as well. The whole thing is I've been doing the manual stuff so I can get depleted uranium at a cheaper way, and then I feed it to the slugs. We have gas slugs in here so that we can soak up the hydrogen that's produced by them eating their uranium, and then they put it into the pipes at night. They have yet to make this a vacuum from what I've seen. It's very low, yes, only milligrams, but this has never become a vacuum. These all get killed occasionally. Did they put Super Coolant in here? They did put Super Coolant in there, nice. Did they finish emptying this out? They did, so this can all be deconstructed as well. They have been draining this out slowly over time. This isn't being drained out, so I guess we can combine this now. That'll fill this up occasionally. Why is there a pip up here? No critters outside the ranches. They will eat my stuff that I don't want them to eat. Okay, back to Charibo, see where they got. They didn't get to the Niobium yet. are somewhat getting close. Why are they taking the obsidian from way out there rather than the obsidian they just dug to get over here? Pips only arbor trees or thimbleweeds. I do know that, but I don't want them to eat the trees at the top of the base, because those are just for making wood so that we can have enough, what's it called? Not that. Ethanol. We're turning wood into ethanol, and I need exactly 10 trees or 9 trees, something like that, to make the amount of ethanol we need for our food. We did the math a long time ago. So we have the 4 trees to make our nature reserve, and then an additional 5 trees up top. But we need all the wood that we get from them, so the pips eating the wood takes from us. Deconstruct 2 more things over there. Then I think we're ready to tell them to sweep all this. There's always going to be some sort of plant debris here because it's the thing that gets us to our farms. So I'm not going to worry about sweeping that up. That's always going to have something. Oh, we could tell them to sweep this up though. I don't know why there's a lot of debris right there. We're getting very close to having this all cleaned up. I mean, obviously we're all putting it over here. Liquid phosphorus. Why do we have liquid phosphorus again? I thought I just fixed that. Ah, there's oil up here again. Another pipe burst. So that is going to make me go like this. And also mop that up. Looks like Jugal's coming over to mop it up. Now we shouldn't have that issue happen again. And then this will sort itself out over time. Okay, doing that. Charibo, you finally got down to Niobium. So, in bold Uranus. I didn't put the tiles in. Alright. We're gonna do something that will help us later on, which is relocating everything over to here. There's gotta be niobium in this pile. Once I can see it all, it'll all be in one tile. This obsidian we can relocate to over here so I can see the stuff I want to keep and don't see the stuff I don't want to keep. Because they're probably going to drop it on the ladder. Which means, yes, I could have just left the niobium that was right here at the ladder where it was. I didn't think of that. I can actually stop it from being relocated. There should only be niobium here, which there is. Now if I wait for them to move that... I don't even know how much I'm gonna need. Like 300 kilograms can probably last us for a little bit, right? Or should I just dig out the rest that I can see before doing the volcano? I think I should just dig out the rest. That's only 3 tiles, so I can just go... Oop, that. This one's just like that. Dude, why stay down here if you can't do anything? The problem with that is going to be hot niobium going into the ship now since they won't have storage tiles. That is true. Probably have enough room for a storage bin, which may slow down the process. But it would probably also be made out of the hot obsidian that's here. Unless I make it out of abyssalite. I think I can make things out of abyssalite, right? Or is there no use for it without mods? Don't remember if there's no use without mods. I can't build out of abyssalite. There is... Oh, yeah, that's igneous rock. Okay. I'm gonna put a little storage bin. Need to process into insulate. That's true. That's really the only use for it, right? There's more niobium here. Relocate it. I don't think they're going to be able to get up here now, so let's put a ladder right here. I think we've proven that they can go diagonally like this, but I also am worried that they can't. Right, this is going to take a while because they're far away from the rockets, so they're probably only going to do 2 or 3 tiles per chance to get down here. Another use, if you're crazy, is to feed abyss bugs. I don't think I'm going to do that. That would be pretty wild, though. I don't even know what niobium would be part of. I've never used niobium. I've been to a lava planet to get it, but I've never actually ended up using it. I'm gonna put this on a 4 so that they keep digging stuff more than we get into that storage and heating up the rocket. This is done. And this is done. Oh, not that one. Not that. Oh, we can also deconstruct all this. Alright, and the only thing that's left up here is salt water, which should be going into here. But it's not, because I put that on a 1. So let's put this on a 7 so they get rid of the salt water. And how many different items are here? We might be able to just do a manual sweep of all this. And we can enable this building again. There's not that many things up here. This will take some time for them to sweep out, though. But in the meantime, we can come down here and get this ready for shipping. Easy peasy. We are going to need to get rid of this ladder right here, though. Any day now. Horsepower. That's all of this, which goes all the way down to our water. Do we have this? Does that reach this corner? It does not reach the corner. If I move it over 1. I know it's going to reach that storage bin, but we can change that later. That'll drop it all down here. And then this will grab everything else. All standard. You can reach this, right? No, you cannot. Okay. Power to all this. I wish you would keep the direction that I had it last instead of me having to rotate it each time. This one, I guess we'll just go right here, which may be close enough for this to reach. It is. So let's actually just put it right here. And then this one, I'm going to deconstruct here. The power line right there. And then we'll add the last one here. Forgot to put these on a 1, but the dupes don't do it. Right, how are they doing on Charibo? They actually swept up all of the neutronium, or niobium. That was the last bit they had to bring in here. Unless they're going to have to get a little bit more. Oh, they dropped some in the magma, which is why I put that there. Okay, now I think if we look inside, they're just going to be sitting around doing nothing. Yes. How hot is this? 500, almost 600 degrees. It is somewhat heating up the area. We should be fine getting home. Yeah, things are already pretty hot in here. It is hotter than their comfortable range. But by the time we get home, they shouldn't, like, get hurt from it. Plus, they're in suits. Things may melt, since it is close to 50 degrees. Oh, I forgot to check how much food they had for a while. But we're probably never going to come back to this planet. Let's see how much food they have. They don't have any food. That may be an issue for them. That definitely is an issue for them. We're going to have to reload a couple cycles ahead. Because it's going to take more than 3 cycles to get home. Let's get the line. Things aren't loading correctly. Why do I not see the line of progress? There we go. 2.5 cycles. Dupe already can't survive that. They're only at 1 cycle before they die to starvation. Gino is less than a cycle. So we need to go back 2 cycles. So this would have been our newest save for this cycle, so we need to go to this one here. Which was only about 10 minutes ago. That's probably not before we had all the niobium finished. We're definitely gonna have to reset up the auto sweepers that we just had put in. But we'll focus on getting them home more than the main colony. Okay. We're here, we play for a little bit. Look at Bold Uranus. They didn't put the storage box in, so we'll put that in now. I have all this queued up, so we can probably ignore it. There's a little bit right there as well. This is almost safe enough to get in here. Not really worried about that. All we get is these 2 lockers and that phone, so there's no real reason to go over there. There is a little bit more down here if we really wanted to go down lava again. Or we could dig through the the abyssalite to get over there. Is it possible to make storage tile out of niobium? That's a good point. I think we need glass as well. You need glass and refined metal. This is just ore. This isn't a refined metal. Yeah, it's metal ore. No, it does say refined metal. Wow. Okay, so it counts for both, but we don't have glass. And there's no glass down here, so we can't even go down there to grab glass. I don't think we have a plant in here, but that's for decor, so I don't want to use that. Anyway, we have that set up. Let's go back to our planet and see what we needed to finish over here. This is still being taken care of. They're still sweeping that up. Did we queue up the sweep cans? We did queue up those. We didn't queue this up. Right, because that should be on a 7. And then I told them to sweep all this. Food problem is still an issue, that's true. Oh, that's right, I should probably send them, I should probably tell them to go home now. You have two cycles. We're probably gonna have to go back even further. We're probably gonna have to stop them after they dug up the original neutronium and then come back here. Destination. This doesn't tell me how far or how long it's gonna take. Is it half a cycle to go 1 tile? Because this is 6 tiles and it said 3 tiles before, right? Or 2.5 once it got into orbit. Because although that one dupe is at 2,000 calories, if it's exactly 2 cycles, when they get there, they're going to immediately leave the rocket and then die on the spot. Geno cannot make it. Depends on the weight of the rocket, that's why it shows no estimate. That's fair. We're definitely have to go back another cycle. So we originally went back 2 save files. We're going to have to go back to this one, which was more than 10 minutes ago now. We're going to have to build that storage bin, immediately fill it with niobium, and then leave, or else there's no reason for us to come back, or for us to have been here. We could just leave and then come back immediately, grab the rest of the niobium, and then go home. That might be a safer option. I think we'll just send them home without trying to get that niobium. I don't know how far back we're going, though, in this amount of progress. I'm gonna play for a couple seconds. This is before they even got to niobium, but this should be right after the food emptied out. Hi, baby. What you doing, little boy? For those who are new to my channel, I do have a kitten that occasionally comes up here. He is here now. You guys may see his tail in a few seconds. What are you doing? Hi. You guys can just barely see his head. It sounded like there was a dog here earlier, so I think someone from a friend group came over with their dog to show mom. Not sure. Yeah, we're definitely taking them both home. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a hard save here so that we can see a different type of save file. And then we're gonna just send them home, and we'll come back for the Niobium. So let's cue all this to be dug up. And then when we come back, we can pick all this up. Now our main focus is Wadado, yet again. And let's see how far back the sweep commands were. So it's still picking up all this, so we really only went back a little bit in progress on our main asteroid. We probably do not have the stuff at the bottom. Oh, we do have it queued up. Alright, but we still need to set this up. Tell them to sweep this up. We do have a lot of super coolant. Did we get rid of the stuff in here? We did. And did we combine the pipes here? We did. Alright, so normally we would have finished a while ago. Now, I don't think we did our third prediction. Pretty sure we only did 2. This is getting concerning. The amount of water in here and how cold it still is. It's just not getting that extra degree or 2 hotter than it needs to be. So I'm going to tell them to relocate some of this hot cobalt, which is right next door. That should flash this water a little bit to get it down. I never had this issue in a previous playthrough. The last time I built this, I never had it build up after it had once gotten hot. So it did always take a little bit for it to prime in heat, but then afterwards, this industrial area always stayed hot enough for this not to build up. But that cobalt is working because we're getting a lot of steam now. Oh, I forgot. We didn't do this yet. Pop this up, please. I will have to switch that pipe out. We also have a bit of debris up here. This is doing well. Could be because the steam is getting crushed inside the box too, so it's less mass per tile to transfer it to the water. I don't know. Because this is overpressurized. It's at, well, right now it's mixed with different tiles, but there should be 20 kilograms per tile. Which is why we have the high pressure gas vents, and even they get overpressurized. I don't know. We'll leave some cobalt in here. That'll hopefully keep extra heat at the bottom. This is only going to go on when the ambient temperature is above 135 degrees. And that will turn on the third debris or gas killer. Top two is really all we should need, but there was too much steam at one point, so we put in a third one. And then that thing did mess up stuff. Alright, this is all going down now. We just needed a short boost of help there. Say make an infinite O2 box for the nat gas gens. I could do that. But then it wouldn't... And just let the steam build up. Well, the petroleum generators make polluted oxygen as well. Or carbon dioxide. It just vents it into the room. It doesn't vent it into a gas pipe. And so does the coal generators. I could, though, take the gas out so that there's less gas. Maybe there's too much carbon dioxide that it's just not able to hold the temperature as quickly as it's making more gas. They vent into the room so they won't stall. No, we don't have enough gas for us to do that anyway. We never have all these natural generators going at once. As our vent doesn't really go for very long, and we're also using it for two different ovens. So there's the one on this colony, and then we're shipping it over to the other one. We rarely have natural gas to actually burn. Petroleum is our main gas source. This will eventually vent out. But right now we have a lot of steam that just took up the space. It'll all make sense in time. Unlike this. Just pick it up and throwing stuff back down. I need to make sure this is underlines. And then we need to come in here and get rid of power. How is our rocket? Our rocket is a third of a cycle away, and our dupes. Gino has a cycle of food. Oh, they both have about a cycle. Okay. So they're well over enough food. Or calories to get back. We'll wait about a cycle because it's probably going to take a while for us to refill the rocket. We're going to lose our power network for a little bit because we're going to be using a lot of petroleum. Luckily, we have this little bit here. Why are these made out of radiant pipes? That should not be radiant. And we probably have that person still in here mopping. They did mop quite a bit more than they needed to. We're going to turn that into a insulated pipe as well. Regular pod. Get some bristleberries. Actually, we should do that on the other asteroid. Because they are primarily stuffed berries up here. Petro generators don't overpressure. I know that. That's why I'm not worried about the carbon dioxide. They're doing pretty good on picking up all the bottles. They're doing this just to fill this in, so the fact that there aren't a bottle on every one of these floors, pretty good. In terms of things set up to be swept, we're running a little low on picking stuff up. Like, we're taking a little bit longer than I expected. I think we'll just focus on putting all the auto sweepers back in over here. So one there, one there, tile there, get rid of this. And then we need to put more in over here. And then this one goes here. Construct that. We want to put one of these right there. And then we get our dispensers. Gotta destroy this ladder. And power. We should have the other rocket here. We do. You can see it in the list. We have all of these. Then we have this, but this is going to be a different scenario in the future. We're going to have this going into our debris chiller. It's going to be fun trying to get the super coolant to wherever we need it in the future. Okay, we don't need this stuff anymore. I'm gonna leave the pipes inside here in case we need it in the future. I might end up in the future also deleting all that, just because it annoys me being there. But who knows? Okay, I have this one here for me to use to copy to all the others, which happens to be just one more. How is the rocket on being refueled? It has all the petroleum, but doesn't have all the oxalite, so we're gonna have to wait a little bit longer. I think we're halfway empty. We're more than halfway, we're almost a third. So we used quite a bit of rocket fuel to get over there. Looks like there wasn't that much debris on top of here. This has a lot of debris though. How are we doing on pea water here? We do have a bit of pea water. I knew there was going to be something over here. We have 3 suits that are broken. We have 2 over here that we can replace with. Where is the 3rd suit? Oh, it's still being made. Okay. We should always have 1 extra. This will help them not get soggy feet as they're going into their suit or out of it. Pause for a second. Get those set up. I think it's funny that we're picking up dirt from out here. Okay, now we're just waiting for the last 3 auto sweepers to be connected in by power. This one needs to be higher prioritized. Oh boy, baby, what you doing? Alright. He's at my feet. Alright, everything's up and working. This is dropping straight onto our water. This is only a couple things of debris. Debating on if I should use an auto sweeper there or not. We're definitely going to use one over here once we're finished up there. We do have a lot of manual sweep commands going. We have this portion right here on the right side in the neutronium. We have this little bit above the water, which is mostly water. I mean, well, not mostly. There is a little bit of water here for us to move around. They are coming over here and getting a little bit of stuff. They did finish cleaning most of this, except for the stuff that did not queue up to be cleaned. But if we do that, they'll get that next. Cancel the sweeping of our artifacts. How did they do on the rocket? Still didn't finish filling up the rocket. That's a nymph egg. Or shine bug, I should say. So what I'm getting from this is that the top of the colony should be completely cleaned out. Aside from, you know, the stuff that's going to be sent to our debris chiller in the future. What we have left is this portion here. This is clean, this is clean. The middle of our asteroid is clean. We did all this in Friday's stream. Left side, including down here at the bottom, is clean. This is not. And we, of course, do not at the very bottom. So we really are, after these two, we just have this portion in here. That's the last portion that we have to put auto sweepers in. This auto sweeper is done. This auto sweeper is done. They're all done over here now. Now we queue up all this to be swept. There's only a little tiny bit of debris there. Then we can continue going downward, so I'm going to down to sweep all of that. This will eventually get moved. This would be very quickly done by an auto sweeper. It would only take a little bit of time with dupes, so we'll do that with dupes. Alright. Why are they still taking forever to refill this? There they go, they filled it. Alright, inside we still have this. No, we do not. This should be grounded so they can add food and not take food. Sweep that out. Should also put in file storage. I don't know how much neutronium we have, though. Each tile storage can only hold 1 kilogram. Or it's 1,000 kilograms, I forget. I know it's 1,000 of whatever, but I don't remember if it's 1 kilogram, like 100 grams, or 1,000 grams, I mean. Either way, I think we'll have more neutronium than we will have in tiles. Or did we only have 800 kilograms? We'll put in 6 tiles. Would it be easier, well, first barbecue, would it be easier to just pump all of this directly into here? We could move that entire system right here. That might make way more sense than me bottling it up to put it over here. I could probably flip this. The petroleum's already over there because that's where the storage bin is for it. Oh, I can't rotate it. That's not too bad of an issue, though. Just means that I would have to go... No, let's not go there. Let's take away the amount of bridges I need. Oops. Didn't mean to cancel that. And then the only way to get in would be this way. And then if we're going to add the molecular forge, we need all this. And this will eventually get drained into the rockets. Okay. Did they finish? They did finish all that. I'm okay with the little bit of food that's missing. We don't have any Radbold pills. That's probably fine for now. I'll give them another cycle before we send them back. Stations? Oh, it's at the bottom. That's why I didn't see it. Then this stuff requires power spine. Oh, isn't that 5x5? Thought it was 5x5. It's 4x5 apparently. Alright, I think we are ready to send this rocket out after the autosave. So send that out. I don't think we ever did our third prediction. So let's do it. Is the last prediction of this blue pod going to be tops, bottoms, buildings, decorations, or wallpaper? You guys have 10 minutes to decide. Starting now. And if I'm incorrect on how many we've done, this is our fourth one. They still didn't sweep everything out of here, so I'm just gonna let them have that there. Just cancel all that, because they got a lot of sweeping stuff. Let's... Destination... All the way back. Start the rocket off. I forgot they're both hurt as well. Alright, that's still keeping its debris stuff. Or chill, I mean. Okay, for a second I thought we were missing a tile there, because I couldn't see neutronium when it was zoomed out. It was just blue. Like a vacuum. How are they doing? They almost have this done, so we can turn this back on to having super coolant. That's where all of our gold is going. They almost have this all swept up. So there definitely wasn't that much debris in that small area. Set this back up to being fullerene. We're also gonna have thermium once we get the niobium back here. So that is now going to get slowly petroleum over time. Don't know how much it's going to fill up with though. It needs 49.5 kilograms. Oh no, we'll ignore that. Okay, we have all this queued up for being swept, all that. We can pause for a second before the auto save, so that we can have this all queued up to be deconstructed. They're still emptying this out, which is great. They only have a total of 5 more bottles to put together. To empty, I mean. How's the ice doing up here now that we have tiles? I don't see crushed ice as part of this anymore, so it's probably all taken out or melted. Hopefully soon we won't have any water left just randomly in places. Sounds like there's a new asteroid coming. Let's put in the next auto sweeper. It looks like this is just going to be a two-man plan here. And that too will drop it onto the iron volcano. So a lot of stuff that we have left over for us to clean up is dupe sweeping, which will probably take longer than the auto sweepers. We can actually set up down here while we wait. And then right here. And I'll put another one. Okay. That should take care of all of this. There's a little bit of iron ore in here for some reason. Don't know why that's there. Here we have a regular pod. Nothing I want. We're not doing slicksters. We do have leftover slicksters to run around the place on the left side, just from the oil biomes. But we're not actually ranching slicksters or doing anything with them. Once this is cleaned off, all we have is the stuff that's way down here. But our dupes are kind of slacking on getting everything out of here. This is all uranium ore with a little bit of water mixed in. So I'm also going to put a sweep command or mop. It looks like they're focusing on this stuff first. This is kind of important, so I want that on a 7. Debating on how I want to get Super Coolant out of here. We can either do the auto bottler, so that we can carry it to certain places and put it in small amounts, which is probably the best option. This would just be the storage bin. Or we could pipe it to other places. Piping it would probably be beneficial going into our teleporter to the other island, other asteroid, so we can make a debris chiller for the aluminum that then comes in here and gets chilled again. I think we will do a bottle emptier. So this is just pretty much our storage bin. That there. This. Here. Don't know why I'm putting insulated tiles there, but I'm gonna keep doing it. On one hand, dupes are very slow. On the other hand, they're doing things quicker than I expected. Stuff down here seems to be being swept up pretty well. You can see in this, right? Yes, you can. Okay. Did somebody just get too hot? What happened there? Who is scolding? Dupe. Why are you all of a sudden scolding now, but you weren't the last time you were here? Oh, the carbon dioxide. That makes sense. We didn't have a gas here last time. Hopefully this drains out pretty quickly. I mean, we're in milligrams now. We're about to be in micrograms. That's also only at the top of the asteroid, so down here is probably more. So we're at 1,500 milligrams up there. And we're grams at the bottom. Arguably in the most hot place. Okay, we for the first time have niobium. Copy all the settings across there. The rocket is going to be not grounded, or else we won't be able to use the restroom or get food from it. This will slowly become a vacuum in time. It's actually a couple hundred milligrams up here, so we are getting close to a vacuum. I am worried about them scolding. So I may want to put in the triage cot again. But I think I want to put it up here. Can I put this on a extremely high emergency and then I guess tiles above it? I may even want to tell Dupe not to leave. Is there a way to do that? Can I, like... No, I can't stop him from leaving. Dang. That's not good. Dupe is gonna... No, Dupe's gonna become incapacitated. I think they're one tick away from being hurt. Alright, cancel all that. This is more important now. Okay, Dupe is only sleeping. I thought they were incapacitated for a moment there. Dupic's going into the triage cot, which is what I wanted them to do. Now that we have a way to get up there, I'm going to do all the ladder tiles. Can you not do this, Gino, please? There's something more important that you could be doing than helping Dupe get healed faster. Alright, while Gino does that, how are we doing over here? We're getting closer to finishing mopping all this up, or sweeping all this up. I don't want this on Auto Bottle anymore, or else they're going to keep taking from here and just making an endless loop. This is done. That means we're working on moving all of this down. And then getting up here is going to be fun. I'm going to make a snake system going up and over. I did in my last playthrough, and it was just fun to do. Probably time inefficient, but still fun. We still have milligrams of carbon dioxide, but we're getting close to having micrograms. We're hovering around 25, it seems. I'm not seeing a lot of 30 being mixed in there in the numbers, but I am seeing a lot of the teens. I wonder if it would be quicker making a ladder over on the left side to get to here. Yeah, unassign everyone from it so that we have both dupes doing this. It's definitely going to be a little bit faster to get to the Niobium once this is all done. Trying to build a tile so that we can have no radiation here, or less radiation. Dude keeps stopping to, like, do a reaction. It's costing more time. They're spending more time doing the reaction than they are walking around. I'm guessing Gino is sleeping right now. Now they both have radiation issues. No, Gino. You're not on the triage cot. Why can I not put you on there? You know what? Disable building. I need somebody to do one more ladder on this. You know, where are you going? Why are you going way down here? No Niobium. There's no need for that. There we go, now we can get down here quicker. Don't know why Dupe is going all the way around. What was that? Do you know, stop going down here for the Niobium. I'm pretty sure they only need the radiation proof right here in the center. They don't need it on the edges. Because the place that your cursor is on when you place a building is the only spot that they're coded into actually standing in when they're on the triage cot. I don't know, but it was definitely funny. For why they went all the way down just to go back up and in. They probably took too long doing that reaction thing that they decided to go up. Alright, Gino definitely has to go on the triage cot now. Gino's about to be incapacitated. Dupe still has a little bit in them. They're probably not doing good either. Gino's just getting bombarded by radiation. How are you getting scolding? Oh, Dupe was in getting scolding. Okay. Why Dupe felt the need to come over here to get it, I don't know. Probably also go like this and get the stuff from in there. Dupe at least dropped all of it off. That's awesome. No, they didn't. They missed the top portion. And the third act. Okay. They did a somewhat good job. So Gino should be getting less rad bullets than they were before. We're currently getting 60 rads per cycle. Now 24. Now 9.6. Down here is 0 with another tile, so I think we're going to add another tile for sure. So it looks like we need 5 tiles just to stay safe from the radiation. Down here is just getting bombarded by radiation. We could turn these into tiles. Could also just put an entire roof around this entire thing. I did that. How would that look? 5 tiles, so this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the 5th tile here. Oh no! You game cast words. Get Dupe. They're probably going to try to come down here. Yes, they are. I think it might be worth putting a ladder down here. And whatever they can't reach, I'm gonna stop them from getting more debris. And this will help them get to this. I don't want to deconstruct or dig that out. Yeah. Nah, not Gino too. Alright, dude. Let Gino on there. Cancel that. Cancel, deconstruct this so they can't get the neutronium. It's all because of the carbon dioxide that's still here. I have to tell them to deconstruct a little bit more now. Could mine out some of the closer obsidian? That's what I was thinking of doing. Do they knock? There it is. Alright, Gino, can you get dupe on there, please? You just came out as I was switching. No, Gino. Emergency. Dupe is suffocating. If Gino wasn't so close to dying, I would tell them to get more obsidian to build another triage cot so that they can both be healed. On the other hand, with them having some amount of radiation proofing, and Gino helping to speed up the process here, once they're healed, they should be fine walking around again. It was just the initial burning of the carbon dioxide being overheated and the fact that they're getting radiation. This is a perfect cliffhanger to leave off today's stream, though. So we're going to do our last prediction right now. We have 1,000 points in bottom, so I hope you win. Oh, it's a building. This is an aesthetic design to a building that does not require a duplicate to change the color. Unfortunately, stealing all your points. Alright, now, in terms of the best picture of what we did today, should we take a picture of this asteroid or Watelin? Being all of this? Or Wadana probably doesn't have the most change. Not getting much stuff changed here other than us cleaning it up. I mean, we do have some super coolant. I think we should take a picture of the lava planet. Don't need that, and don't need any of this. I'll have that queued up for the next stream. That's almost done, then we only have to clean up the bottom of the base. They actually just finished sweeping up everything on here except for this little bit of rust that they probably picked up and then dropped. And we only have a little bit of debris to pick up on the right side, and it's all stuff that should be able to reach. They didn't pick up any of the stuff from over here. I don't think I queued them up to do that. Let's also get rid of all this water. think I got it all. And everything from over here. Alright. Regular pod, and this is where we're gonna end it out. Ooh, Pakus! Yes! We get to just kill them all. They're all gonna go into here. Making it even easier for us to kill them off. They will eat a lot of our seeds. I'm gonna put them on the 9 so we can kill them off quicker. The Paku fillets are being put up here. Alright. Autosave. So I can't do anything for the moment. And let's do our screenshot. We're gonna go back to Charibo. And we'll take a screenshot of this amount of the asteroid. So Alt S to get rid of the overlay. And screenshot. Alt S to bring back the overlay. We're going to do a hard save, even though we just had an autosave. And then, once it finishes the save, save and quit, just to make sure we double save. Then we're going to our raid out scene to see who's currently live. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to catch me live, I stream on Twitch on Wednesdays and Fridays from 10 AM EST to 12:30 PM EST, and on Sundays from 10 AM EST to 2 PM EST.